Chapter 368. The Cathedral of Serenity was especially beautiful under the night sky. It complemented the crimson moon that hung high in the sky, coldly illuminating the land. Leonard entered his single room, took off his 2 red gloves, and threw them on the wooden table. With a sullen expression, he sat in front of the patterned glass window, his back facing the outside as he bathed in the moonlight. After more than 10 seconds of silence, he suddenly said in a very soft voice, almost as though he was gnashing his teeth, "So you're a parasite." Leonard's voice echoed weakly in his ears, suppressing the obvious anger, tension, confusion, and fear. In an instant, a slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "You can say that. What exactly do you want to do? Parasitize my body and suck my life away? Or wait for me to become stronger, and then directly devour my beyonder characteristic, just like nurturing a humanoid potion?" Leonard's voice was suppressed, but he didn't speak slowly. The slightly aged voice in his mind laughed and said, "I'm your fortuitous encounter. I'm your adventure. Haven't you always thought so? You think that you're unique, one of the protagonists of this great era. Actually, you're not as arrogant as you usually appear. You've always been wary of me. After I taught you the acting method, you didn't put in the effort to figure it out. All you did was try it on the surface, and it took you a long time to digest it. Furthermore, you deliberately hid it and didn't pursue the nightmare potion. When you met the true Creator's Son and suffered a blow, you were willing to advance to sequence 7. You were so regretful that you nearly hallucinated. Leonard, think about it carefully. Do you think I don't understand the Church of the Evernight Goddess? When I interacted with them, the so-called Chinese wasn't even born yet. Do you think I don't know that the Church of the Evernight Goddess has a certain understanding of parasites? Do you think I wouldn't have thought that the Red Gloves would know some secrets to prevent the infiltration of high-sequence beyonders? But did I stop you from joining the Red Gloves? After a brief change in expression, Leonard finally fell silent and didn't say a word. The voice in his head chuckled again. Do you feel older than your actual age? I don't think so. I can live for at least another 100 years. I'm not in a hurry to take over the host's life. As for your beyonder characteristic, we aren't even from a similar pathway that can be swapped. Devouring it is equivalent to drinking poison. I'll become half crazy and increase the chances of losing control. Do you think I'll do that? Evernight is in the same category as Giant and Death. As for the beyonder pathway I'm in, my target is an apprentice, a seer. Leonard looked at his figure illuminated by the crimson moonlight and pondered for a while. What exactly do you want to do? What is your purpose? The slightly aged voice in his mind sighed. Haven't I already told you? I've suffered serious injuries and need a host to slowly recover. Furthermore, I have to hide from a terrifying enemy. The Nighthawks and the Church of the Evernight Goddess are good choices. Leonard raised his head and looked at the ceiling for a few seconds before saying in a deep voice, "That's right. Will you be discovered by an archbishop, a high-ranking deacon, or some sealed artifact?" The slightly aged voice replied leisurely, "If a parasite could be discovered so easily, the high-ranking deacon named Sesamir wouldn't have just given a reminder and not brought you to be inspected. Of course, there are also traces of parasites. The Church of the Evernight Goddess has the means to confirm this, but it's rather complicated and troublesome. It will result in a certain amount of damage and quite a bit of danger. It might even affect their goddess. Therefore, before you become a high-ranking deacon and have the qualifications to participate in the meetings of the Church's top echelons, there's no need to worry about this before you come into contact with certain Grade 0 sealed artifacts. By that time, I should have recovered and embarked on my own journey." Leonard listened with a solemn expression. After a while, he said, "That's right. You have a terrifying enemy? Who is he?" The slightly aged voice chuckled and said, "I don't know his name, but I know his surname." "What is it?" Leonard asked. The slightly aged voice suddenly became deep. "Amon. South of the bridge, 46 River Bay Avenue. The hosts who were enjoying their dinner heard the tinkling of the doorbell. The only maid came to the door. Through the peephole above the lock, she saw a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform outside. She opened the door and asked fearfully, "Sir, how can I help you?" This policeman was none other than the disguised Klein. In an attempt to take the initiative to perform, he was confirming if vampire Emlyn White's companions, the people who lived at 48 River Bay Avenue, the ones who had entrusted Stewart with the mission, were law-abiding monsters. Yes, a law-abiding monster. Although this sounds a little wrong and a little funny, it's a reaction of my true thoughts. Klein emphasized in his heart. The police uniform he was wearing was not a custom-made fake. It was a product of ordinary clothes with an illusion effect. A magician had to do what a magician was supposed to do. Klein didn't monitor 48 River Bay Avenue because he believed that Emlyn White's companions had long moved away. As a monster and a non-human race, moving was the most basic thing to do when a companion had been missing for several days. They had to be wary that Emlyn White had been captured by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or other official Beyonder organizations. They had to assume that he could confess at any time. Therefore, what Klein wanted to do was a questionnaire. He maintained the arrogance of a low-ranking policeman facing ordinary citizens. Without taking off his hat, he raised his chin slightly. "I have something to ask your master." The maid entered the room in a panic and soon returned with a man in his 30s wearing a thick shirt. "Officer, what would you like to ask?" the male host asked nervously. Klein stood at the door and looked inside. "Do you know the occupants of Unit 48? "Yes." The male host was taken aback. "What happened to them?" "They're involved in a case." "You have to tell me everything you know honestly," Klein said with a straight face. His face was also disguised to a certain extent, and he had added some illusion effects to distinguish him from the great detective, Sherlock Moriarty. The male host was immediately enlightened. "It's no wonder they moved away in a hurry more than a month ago. Most of the residents on River Bay Avenue and the surrounding streets know the Whites and their son. He's a handsome young man with a somewhat eccentric personality. Mr. White is an excellent physician, and he's good at using all kinds of medicine and bloodletting." "Bloodletting therapy?" Klein asked in return. "Yes." Although this is considered by many newspapers and magazines to be an ancient medical technique that doesn't have much effect, those who have received Mr. White's treatment have basically recovered. However, Mr. White also said that apart from him, the other doctors' bloodletting treatments are all fraudulent. The male host gave his opinion. "Bloodletting treatments are to accumulate food for themselves, right? The only thing that's really useful is the medicine. This vampire family relies on bloodletting to treat people while receiving food as payment. If there aren't many patients, or if the blood is extremely unhealthy, would they consider going to a distant hospital to steal blood from a blood bottle to drink? Compared to their identities as monsters, they're really law-abiding." Klein nodded in enlightenment. The emotional changes he observed with his spirit vision told him that the other party wasn't lying. Seeing that the officer didn't refute him, the male owner continued, "Mr. White and his wife are both very good and kind people. Although they can't cure those who are really seriously ill, they are already very good doctors for us who live nearby." Zhang Lixing said, "Mr. White and his wife are very kind people. Is it because their child, Emlyn, is involved in the case? This young man is too quiet and seems to look down on us. He's always hiding at home, and I have no idea what he's doing. Officer, are you feeling hot? It's so cold outside." "Perhaps it's just because he hides during the day and comes out at night." Klein wiped his sweat and said, "I've been walking around the area for a long time for this case." Following that, according to the questionnaire he had designed, he learned about the Whites and their son from all aspects. He knocked on the door one after another and asked. After summarizing all the answers, he came to the conclusion that the Whites were indeed kind, amiable, and law-abiding. This doesn't seem like a description of vampires. Klein looked up at the crimson moon that pierced through the clouds, intending to make a final confirmation. He dispelled the illusory effects on him and began his divination. After confirming that there was no danger, he circled to the side and climbed into the house at 48 River Bay Avenue. As others didn't know who had captured Emlyn White, they would always be afraid that an official beyonder would come to visit, but Klein knew what was going on, so he wasn't worried at all that there was a trap. After entering the second floor, he used the moonlight to see that the various rooms were in a mess. Many of the things hadn't been taken away. Through this, it was enough to imagine how hurried the owners had been when they left. In the study, he even found some precious books on herbs. Among them, there was no lack of folk recipes popular in the countryside. As he walked and read, Klein entered a bedroom, and a black shadow entered his eyes. He jumped in fright, thinking that he had been ambushed. He nearly snapped his fingers and lit the matchstick he had thrown outside. Fortunately, there was no attack. The crimson moonlight passed through the window and filled the entire room. Klein finally saw what the black shadows were. They didn't have any spiritual luster, and they were dolls of various sizes. The largest one was only slightly shorter than Klein. It was a girl in a gorgeous dress with lace and ribbons on her sleeves and collar. This female doll was clearly closer to a wax figure. Her facial features were lifelike, and she had blonde hair and red eyes. The smallest one was only the size of a normal person's palm. It was a woman wearing silver full-body armor. She looked valiant and beautiful. As his gaze swept across the dolls, Klein suddenly thought of something. Under Roselle's influence, there were two trends in the development of doll art. One was cute and could change clothes, and the other was more realistic. Klein looked around and couldn't help but click his tongue. These dolls aren't cheap. Chapter 369. After a thorough inspection, Klein confirmed that there was nothing strange about the White family. Furthermore, the couple didn't leave behind a single strand of hair. It was obvious that they were guarding against someone using divination to track them down. He returned to the bedroom filled with puppets, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He planned on using divination to make a final confirmation. But before he got down to business, he conjured the female puppet that was almost as tall as him with great interest. Just like how he had divined the mutated sun's sacred emblem in Tingen City in the past, he picked up a dark red fountain pen and wrote a sentence on the yellowish-brown goatskin. Its origins. Putting down the fountain pen and holding the piece of paper, Klein leaned back in his chair and recited softly as he slowly adjusted his mind to enter a cogitation state. After a total of 7 times, his eyes darkened as he lowered his eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. In that gray and fragmented world, he saw the puppeteer being abnormally focused on his work. He saw the red-eyed girl being placed in the dollhouse, and he saw Emlyn White take out his wallet without moving his eyes away. Finally, the scene was fixed on the bedroom where Klein was. With his hair combed back diagonally, the handsome but slightly delicate and arrogant vampire, Emlyn White, was sitting by the bed, gazing lovingly at the puppet, as well as the other puppets of different sizes. He's indeed a fan of puppets. Klein opened his eyes and covered his face with his hand. Then, he waved his hand and made the puppets disappear above the gray fog. After doing all of this, he picked up the fountain pen again and wrote a new divination sentence. 48 River Bay Avenue, the scene of people dying in the past 10 years. According to the statements of the residents nearby, the White family hadn't moved here for more than 10 years. Therefore, Klein was able to lock onto a specific area. Furthermore, he believed that if the White family was just a good monster on the surface, and had been creating missing persons cases all this time so that they could suck warm and delicious blood, then it was impossible for them to prevent the matter from happening at home. In the long 10 years, there were bound to be a few accidents, as long as they didn't stop. After carefully checking the divination statement, Klein repeated the recitation and cogitation before quickly falling into a dream. In the dusky world, his vision was sometimes pitch black, sometimes snowflakes turned into dots, and sometimes shattered, but nothing appeared. This was the result of the divination. There was nothing. No one had died at 48 River Bay Avenue in the past 10 years. Putting everything together, I can preliminarily determine that the White family is law-abiding vampires who are, at most, petty thieves. Klein looked at the long, mottled bronze table in front of him, enveloped himself with spirituality, and fell into the gray fog. After returning to the real world, he carefully cleaned up the traces he left behind and left 48 River Bay Avenue the way he came. He didn't make a final decision. Instead, he took a detour to the Riverbend police station. While the thieves and drunkards were led inside and handcuffed to the pipes, he easily snuck into the archives and boldly lit the gas lamp inside. Then, Klein found the missing persons records for the past 10 years and flipped through them noisily. From time to time, police officers on duty would pass by outside the door, but there was no light leaking out from the archives. "There's nothing suspicious." After an unknown period of time, the black-gloved Klein placed the dossier back in its original spot. Then, he turned off the gas lamp, took off his hat in the deep darkness, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed towards the station's lobby. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein took a shower, changed his clothes, sat in front of his desk, and spread out the map of Bakeland that he had first bought on the steam locomotive. He first found Rose Street south of the bridge, where the Harvest Church was located. Father Utravsky was the bishop of this church, and he had imprisoned Emlyn White in the basement. Following that, Klein moved his gaze and figured out the names and layout of the surrounding street. I can't be too impatient or anxious for success in a performance. I have to slowly make the audience immerse themselves. Klein whispered, unfolded the letter, and put down his pen. Dear Detective Stewart, I wonder if you found that Emlyn White? I've been keeping an eye out for you recently. One of my informants told me today that he had seen this person on Tativa Street south of the bridge. Of course, he only said that he looked very similar to the person in the portrait. Putting down his pen, Klein folded the letter neatly and stuffed it into an envelope. He then affixed a black stamp with a penny on it. On the vast Sonia Sea with undulating waves, the Blue Avenger moved forward steadily without the slightest sway. The hanging man, Alger Wilson, sat in the captain's cabin, holding a brass sextant in his hand, but his eyes were closed. Without a sound, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I've finally digested it. Alger opened his eyes and raised his hands, causing blue spots to appear around him. The blue spots converged and turned into a huge wave that swept forward. Alger pressed down with his hands, and the huge wave immediately collapsed, turning into countless raindrops that landed on the deck. After nearly 4 months, his seafarer potion was finally digested. During this period of time, not only did he spend a lot of time at sea to complete the various missions assigned to him by the church, but he also consciously explored new sea routes and searched for islands that had yet to be discovered. After several setbacks, he finally gained something. This spurred on the digestion of the potion, allowing him to basically grasp the principles of a seafarer that belonged to him. The core was to be close to the sea, to be familiar with the information of sea routes and weather, to explore and discover. The usually reserved Alger couldn't help but leave his seat. He paced back and forth in the captain's cabin and thought of the future he desired. Once I obtain the formula for the wind-blessed potion and find the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, I'll advance to sequence 6 without the church's knowledge. Then, I'll repeat the same process and strive to become a sequence 5 ocean songster within 3 years. During this process, I have to remain the captain of the Blue Avenger and not enter the complicated interpersonal relationships of the mandated punishers to prevent my secret from being exposed. Once I advance to sequence 5 and gain enough strength, I'll be able to return there in secret. Alger subconsciously looked to his right. His gaze seemed to penetrate the heavy planks of the ship and the vast sea, landing on an ancient and hidden island. Alger wasn't worried about his future advancement within the church. Once he fulfilled his wish, he could go all out to seek an advancement in his position. When the time came, the Sequence 5 him would continue to disguise himself as a Sequence 7 and drink another wind-blessed potion. This would increase his Beyonder characteristics, increase his strength, and slow down his digestion, but it wouldn't endanger his safety. By the same logic, after completely digesting Sequence 5, he could have another Ocean Songster potion and repeat the normal process. This would only push him closer to losing control, and there was a solution. That was to find a woman to marry and transfer the excess Beyonder characteristics to his children. After doing this, I'll be able to reach the level of a cardinal and approach a high sequence Beyonder. Such a great era is my opportunity. In Alger's mind, he had already outlined himself wearing a cardinal robe, sitting in the upper echelons of the church, and controlling many mandated punishers. After a moment of reveling in it, he retracted his gaze and regained his rationality. The later steps will be more difficult. Thankfully, I have the Tarot Gathering and Mr. Fool. Although there are dangers lurking in this as well, any path to improve myself has risks. I have to quickly gather some Roselle diary entries in exchange for a chance to ask questions. I have to figure out what the card in Mr. Fool's hand that only shows its back is. It wasn't there before. Card. Roselle diary. It can't be the item I'm thinking of, right? Alger's eyes narrowed as his pupils shrank. 15 Minsk Street. Klein yawned, switched off the gas lamp, and slipped into bed. He originally had another plan, which was to use divination to roughly grasp the source of the biological poison bottle and obtain the potion formulas for the first 3 sequences of the mutant pathway from the werewolf Beyonder characteristic. However, after being busy with Emlyn White's matter all night, he felt a little exhausted. He planned on making another attempt above the gray fog the next day. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, Klein suddenly felt that something was amiss. This is the instinctive spiritual intuition of a seer. It's been a few days since I obtained the werewolf Beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. It's not like I haven't been in a good mental state, but I've been procrastinating and haven't divined it. This is very abnormal. Klein sat up, thought carefully, and found a similar matter. The first time he met Megos, he had wanted to use his spirit vision to observe her mental state, but he had naturally missed the opportunity because of his momentary daze. Only in the end did he realize that it was because she had an evil god spawn in her belly. His instinctive spiritual intuition as a seer had stopped him without a trace, preventing him from losing control and collapsing on the spot. It's very similar, and it's even more obvious this time. I remember Miss Sharon saying that Rose School's control over its members far exceeds my imagination. Everyone's body and soul seem to be bound by something. This is also the reason why the mutant pathways sequence information isn't leaked. They believe in the chained god. So, when I use the werewolf Beyonder characteristic to divine the corresponding potion formula, it will directly implicate this evil god, bringing about consequences that I'm not willing to bear? Klein thought about it seriously and felt that there was something suspicious about it. Back when I divined the mutated sun's sacred emblem and the ear left behind by the listener, my spiritual intuition didn't stop me. Could it be that the chained god is stronger than the eternal blazing sun and the true creator? Or could it be that his characteristic allows him to restrain the gray fog, allowing him to effectively penetrate it? Of course, the danger could also come from the source of the biological poison bottle. Chapter 370. On a Tuesday morning, the weather remained cold and gloomy, which was common for this season. Klein tightened the collar of his coat, put on his hat, and opened the door. He was going to the mailbox at the end of the street to deliver a letter to Detective Stewart. It wasn't a long journey, so there was no need to dress so neatly and heavily. However, Klein had just recovered from his cold, so to be safe, he wrapped himself up tightly. Perhaps it was because of the strong winds last night, but the air in Bakeland was unexpectedly good. Klein subconsciously slowed down and enjoyed the rare morning. As he passed by the Jurgen house, he heard the creak of the oriel window opening. He instinctively turned his head and looked over. Standing at the window was Mrs. Doris, wearing a black plush hat and a thick grayish-blue scarf. Compared to before, her complexion was a little worse, and her figure was hunched. "Good morning, Detective Moriarty. Thank you for taking care of Brody all this time. He said that you're a good person, right, Brody?" Old Mrs. Doris bent down and picked up the black cat with green eyes. Brody used all 4 of his feet and struggled in her arms. Finally, he jumped down and landed lightly on the windowsill. However, it didn't leave. Instead, it circled around, using its head and body to rub against Mrs. Doris. It didn't even look at Klein. Did a cat give him a good guy card? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and said sincerely, "It's a happy thing. And what makes me even happier is that you've finally recovered and been discharged, Mrs. Doris." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he bade farewell and continued walking down the street with a smile. After taking a few steps, he heard Mrs. Doris shout from behind, "When Jurgen comes back, I'll get him to pay you." "Do I look like I took on this mission for the money?" The smile on Klein's face suddenly froze. He could only turn his body halfway and wave his hand, indicating that he understood. When he was far away from the Jurgen house, his expression gradually turned solemn and he sighed faintly. He had just activated his spirit vision to look at the color of Mrs. Doris's aura and realized that her condition wasn't good. This was because of her advanced age, as well as the cold weather and terrible air in Bakeland, which had a negative effect on lung diseases. Mrs. Doris should be able to survive this late autumn and winter, but it's hard to say for the next one and the one after that. If she wants to live a few more years, I'm afraid she'll have to move south, to the area around Desi Bay. Unfortunately, Lawyer Jurgen probably doesn't have the means. I haven't even been to Desi Bay. Klein mumbled, found the mailbox, and stuffed the letter in. This will be the prelude to the performance. In the evening, he would go to the Harvest Church as a detective to make the remaining preparations. After buying a Desi pie for breakfast, Klein returned the way he came, feeling rather relaxed. Before he got close to his house, he saw an elegantly decorated carriage parked outside. 2 ladies wearing ribbons and black hats were anxiously ringing the doorbell. Maids and bodyguards were scattered around, as if they were guarding against something. "Mrs. Stellan, Ma and Mary, they have something to entrust me with? They look very urgent." Klein held the paper bag containing the Desi pie, leaned over, and chuckled. "Ma, it should be breakfast time." When she turned around and saw that it was Detective Sherlock Moriarty, Ma and Mary heaved a sigh of relief. "Mr. Detective, you have to help me." In Klein's spirit vision, her anxiety, nervousness, and fear weren't fake in the slightest. Therefore, he nodded and pointed at the door. "Let's talk inside." As he spoke, he glanced at his landlady, Stellan, and found that she was in a completely different state from 2 days ago. She had become very depressed and dejected, as if she wasn't interested in anything. What did they encounter? Although the landlady likes to show off a little, she still loves life. Klein took out his key and opened the door. After entering, before he could even sit down, Ma and Mary impatiently said, "Detective Moriarty, I received a threatening letter." "A threatening letter?" Klein put down the Desi pie and clasped his hand. "What's the content of the letter?" Ma and Mary turned her head to look at Mrs. Stellan. Seeing that she wasn't as enthusiastic as usual, she had no choice but to weigh her words. "That letter requests that I treat the factory's smoke fairly when conducting an atmospheric pollution investigation and affirm their contribution. Otherwise, I'll end up like the doll that came with the letter. The doll's head was removed, and its limbs were broken." "Ma, and Mary seemed to recall the feelings she had when she opened the letter. With a trembling voice, she said, "This is the first time I've encountered something like this. I don't know if it will become a reality. I didn't know that becoming a member of the investigation committee would require me to bear such a thing. I didn't know. Perhaps Roselle the Great once said that there are only two extreme forms of hatred between people. One is to murder the other party's parents, and the other is to destroy the other party's ability to earn money." Klein nodded with a serious expression. "My suggestion is to call the police." From his point of view, Mary was now a member of the kingdom's Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee. Her status was completely different from before, and the police definitely wouldn't take the threat she had suffered lightly. Furthermore, this involved the formulation of the kingdom's important policies, so it wasn't an ordinary matter. Therefore, the police department would probably hand the case over to the church's Beyonder organizations, hoping to solve the case as soon as possible. Due to Mary's identity as a believer of the goddess, the Nighthawks were an inevitable choice. This way, even if Klein wanted to get a share of the reward, he wouldn't be implicated. "I've already done that, but it doesn't make me feel at ease." Mary pursed her lips and said, "Do you know what they said? They said that the threatening letter was made up of newspaper words, and that the doll was the kind that could be bought anywhere. It would be difficult to find the sender in a short period of time. And they only intend to send one police officer to protect me. Goddess, is this how they treat a helpless citizen's request for help?" Mary paused and looked earnestly at Klein. "Detective Moriarty, I believe that you can help me. It's not only because of your performance on that matter, but also because of Mike's approval, Alan's praise, and Talam's praise. And I know that you've made outstanding contributions in that serial murder case. Don't worry, I'll pay you handsomely. Your words make me happy, but something doesn't seem right. Unless the police department has been bribed, they'll likely hand the case over to the Nighthawks. And with Beyonder means like divination, there's no way to avoid detection by using a letter made up of newspaper word. The sender has either been caught, or there's a way to interfere with divination. And the latter will cause the Nighthawks to officially intervene on a large scale. Regardless of the situation, it's different from how it's handled now. Klein didn't immediately answer Mary as he seriously analyzed the abnormality in this matter. The living room immediately became abnormally quiet. The silence made Mary and Mrs. Stellan feel inexplicably uneasy. At some point in time, Klein took out a coin and made it roll between his fingers. This seemed to be a habit of his when he was focused on thinking. Suddenly, the coin flew up and landed steadily in the palm of his hand with its back facing up. Klein was surprised. He had divined if there was any danger in this matter, and it turned out that there wasn't. If there really was such a threat, even if the sender didn't have much strength, it could still cause a certain level of danger. It can't be that there's no danger at all. It's just a simple threat? Or... Klein suddenly thought of another possibility as he smiled. He smiled and said, Mary, don't be nervous. Go back in peace. If someone comes to you in the next 2 days to discuss this matter in the newspapers, letting the people know the true colors of those factory owners and igniting the anger of the people, then nothing will happen to you. What Klein had just thought of was that the threatening letter was a trap set up by his own people to incite the people and use their anger to smoothly carry out the investigation of the air pollution, allowing the subsequent bill to be beneficial to himself. And this could explain the police department's current reaction. Why do you say that? Mary asked with a frown. Klein smiled and replied, That's my reasoning. What if nothing happens in 2 days? Mary pressed. What if nothing happens in 2 days? Madame Marie asked. Then I'll provide protection. It's not like there's any danger, he added inwardly. After comforting Mary, he went above the gray fog to confirm it and received the same result as before. And at that moment, His desi pie had already turned cold. Ma and Mary returned home, feeling a little uneasy. She wondered if she should invite Stellan over to stay for a few days to accompany her. At that moment, her butler informed her that the eldest son of Earl Hall, the chief secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Mr. Hibbert Hall, was visiting. After both parties entered the living room, before Ma and Mary could say a word, the handsome blonde gentleman spoke first. Ma and Mary, I've heard of your encounter. Ma and Mary, I've heard of what happened to you. This is a disgrace to Backlund and even the entire kingdom. I'm deeply sorry and sympathetic for this. Don't worry. Everyone in the council will stand with you. Thank you for your concern, Ma and Mary replied gratefully. Hibbert Hall deliberated for a moment. Madam, I want to find a reporter to cover this matter. I want to tell everyone what happened to you and your despicable actions. I want the people to see how savage the people who polluted Bakeland's air are. There was not the slightest hint of remorse. Please agree to my request. This is exactly as Detective Moriarty described. Lady Mary was speechless for a moment. After breakfast and a short rest, Klein, who had nothing to do, went above the grey fog and prepared to divine the origins of the biological poison bottle. Chapter 371. In the ancient and majestic palace, one stone pillar after another supported the high dome. Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table, holding the translucent brown bottle. He checked it several times, but he didn't sense any danger. Let's begin. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the divination statement. Its source. Putting down the fountain pen and mentally preparing himself for a critical hit, Klein stared at the paper and the biological poison bottle. He leaned back in his chair and began chanting and cogitation. Soon, he entered a hazy dream and saw a dark but spacious room. King cobras, black widow spiders, and other animals hung in the room. There were also many strange plants placed in a messy and terrifying manner. A stern-looking middle-aged man in a white coat stood in front of the long table in the middle. He threw snake gallbladders, spider venom glands, and other items into the black pot that hung from the ceiling. In the end, he even put in a few items that had a strong spiritual luster. For example, a lung-shaped object that would occasionally dissipate into black gas and condense into a dark green substance. Another example was a tube of clear blue liquid, and another example was a fiery red eye. The air around the black pot gradually became viscous. They gathered in the middle, but they were constantly pushed away, making it difficult for them to do as they wished. When the middle-aged man in the white coat saw this scene, he slowly frowned, his expression vaguely anxious. He flipped through the black notebook beside him, gritted his teeth, and used a ritual silver dagger to slit his wrist. Drops of bright blood fell into the black pot, and as if it had a life of its own, it suddenly produced a terrifying suction force, sucking in all the viscous air around it. It also sucked in all the scarlet blood that had yet to leave his wrist. That wasn't the end. No matter how the middle-aged man in the white coat struggled to resist, or how terrified he was, he couldn't help but approach the pot. His body was stretched and his head was compressed. Amidst his tragic cries, he was eaten by the pot bit by bit. The specimens hanging around, the plants, everything that could move flew into the iron pot. The brown mist suddenly filled the room, quietly flowing and rippling. When everything was over, the entire room was empty, leaving only the translucent brown bottle lying quietly in the middle of the empty space. The scene quickly faded, and the dream quickly shattered. Klein opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "So the biological poison bottle is the product of a suicidal experiment. I thought it was a beyonder characteristic left behind by a rampager. If that's the case, I can divine the formula to Klein, the spirituality and beyonder characteristics of a rampager, as well as the spirituality and beyonder characteristics corrupted by an evil god, could be used to divine a formula, just like the all-black eye left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosago. This was because he had the gray fog to cut off the connection, and this mysterious space to eliminate the negative effect. He had plenty of means to court death. Of course, there were too many additional factors mixed into a beyonder characteristic. In theory, it was possible, but the chances of failure were extremely high. Klein only felt confident after advancing to magicians. Similarly, sealed artifacts formed from similar beyonder characteristics could also be used to divine the potion formula. However, if they were to be used as the main ingredients, and only become a mystical item through the creation of artisans or other beyonders or through some dangerous experiments, then Klein's current divination skills would be useless. Even with the enhancement of the mysterious space above the gray fog, it wouldn't work. Not bad. At least I don't have to worry about the hidden dangers of the biological poison bottle. Klein glanced at the fangs of the werewolf and rationally gave up his curiosity. In Queens, Earl Hall's luxurious villa, Audrey continued to study psychology. By her feet, Susie, the big golden retriever, was squatting there. Her eyes were bright and full of expression. She wagged her tail from time to time, as if she was enjoying it very much. Escalante, the psychologist, finished the introductory part and pretended to casually mention, "Actually, there's another theory. It believes that humans will inherit a certain amount of consciousness from their ancestors and past generations, thus forming the underlying logic of their own behavior. For example, although many people have never seen a venomous snake before, as long as they encounter it, they will instinctively feel fear and want to avoid it. Why is that? This is the feeling that we inherited from our ancestors, hidden in the deepest depths of our consciousness. In ancient times, people constantly fought with venomous snakes and all kinds of ferocious animals. Gradually, this memory was engraved in their consciousness and passed down. Then how is it passed down? Audrey asked with interest. Escalante, whose hair reached her waist, laughed. That's a very good question. The explanation given by some people is that everyone's consciousness is actually connected at the lowest level. It's one, and the traces and characteristics left behind here will affect one's own consciousness. For example, the lowest level of consciousness is like a boundless ocean, and each of our unique consciousnesses are islands in the ocean. This place can be divided into two parts. Hidden under the water is a larger and larger subconscious, and exposed on the surface of the ocean is a surface consciousness that can usually be detected. This is part of the theoretical foundation of the school of psychology. Audrey glanced at Susie and stroked the golden retriever on her neck. So, we can use the sea that is connected to each other to influence the consciousness of others and achieve the goal of treating certain mental illnesses? This is the mysticism foundation and beyonder powers of a psychiatrist? But it doesn't seem to be enough. There's still something missing. For example, the sky above us, the sky that envelopes everything? Audrey thought with a confused and curious expression. You are indeed very talented in this area, Escalante praised in pleasant surprise. But we can only influence the surrounding sea, and through it we can influence people who approach. If we were to rashly venture deep and explore the deep sea, it's very easy to lose ourselves. She looked up at the gorgeous and complicated clock on the wall and smiled. Time's up. Today's lesson is over. Miss Audrey, if you are interested in this school of psychology, let's continue chatting next time. All right. Audrey stood up and bowed. As she watched her leave, she nodded thoughtfully. M. Escalante doesn't seem like a real psychiatrist. At most, she's like me, a telepathist. Was she talking about the theoretical foundation of psychological alchemy? They sure are patient. Why haven't they recruited me into the society yet? As Audrey was lost in her thoughts, Susie said happily, Audrey, I feel like she's the same kind of person as us. Audrey, I feel like she's the same kind of person as us. No, the same kind of dog. No, that's not right either, woof. Susie, who only had a basic grasp of human language, fell into chaos. She couldn't find the right words to describe her feelings. South of the bridge, Rose Street, outside the Harvest Church. Klein, who was dressed normally, looked up at the sacred emblem of life on the outer wall. He held his cane, walked up the steps, and stepped through the door. The first thing he had to do was confirm the situation. Only by doing so could he perform better, so as to cleverly rescue the vampire Emlyn White without arousing suspicion. Then, as the detective who provided the clues, he would receive the gratitude of the White family and the applause of the audience. This would be an interesting performance. The Harvest Church wasn't big, and it only had a prayer hall. Klein found a seat by the aisle, took off his hat, and looked ahead. Bishop Utravsky was preaching. His height of more than 2 meters and his loose priest robe couldn't conceal his burly physique, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. However, his expression was abnormally gentle, filled with praise and gratitude for life. In front of such a priest, no one dared to make a racket. The few believers listened quietly, occasionally making the unique prayer gestures of the Church of Earth Mother. Klein carefully observed and waited patiently, neither arrogant nor rash. With the end of the sermon, he held his cane and prepared to get up for the follow-up. At this moment, a man wearing the priest robe of the Church of Earth Mother entered the room at the back of the church. He looked to be in his late 20s. He had black hair, red eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He was handsome but not masculine enough. He was none other than Emlyn White. Klein's mouth gaped open bit by bit, almost unable to close it. Isn't this fellow supposed to be locked up in the basement? Didn't he keep shouting that he had to adhere to his beliefs and not submit to Bishop Utravsky's thoughts? Emlyn White distributed the items related to Holy Communion to the believers before finally stopping in front of Klein. Klein's thoughts raced as he immediately suppressed his voice. "You're Emlyn White, right? Your parents entrusted my friend to find you. Why are you here? Did something happen to him? Do you need help?" Emlyn White's characteristic arrogance disappeared as he revealed a smile that was only slightly better than crying. "There's no need. I'll be home soon." He pursed his lips, shook his head, and forced a smile. "I'm already a believer of Earth Mother. No priest." This answer was completely out of Klein's expectations. He was momentarily at a loss for a response. All he could do was shout in his mind. "Hey, back at the Harvest Church, you firmly said that you worshipped the moon and would never change your faith to Earth Mother. How long has it been since then? Isn't this too fast? Where's your persistence? Where's your integrity? My carefully prepared performance was forced to end before it even began. This doesn't make sense." Klein opened his mouth and suddenly realized something was amiss. Why is Emlyn White telling me about changing my faith? I'm just a detective who happened to discover him while passing by. He wants me to pass this message to his parents? Is there another meaning hidden in this? Just as Klein was guessing the reason, Emlyn White put away his worries and smiled smugly. "Mr. Detective, you don't need to act. Or should I call you the new owner of the master key?" Chapter 372. I've been recognized. Klein was alarmed and nearly entered a state of combat. Even without activating his spirit vision, he could tell from Emlyn White's tone and words that he wasn't lying. He was very confident, very certain. Just as he tensed up, Klein suddenly thought of a question. Why should I be worried about this? Immediately after, he answered his own question in his mind. It doesn't matter if I've been recognized. The situation now is different from 2 months ago. I once panicked because of Ambassador Bakerland's matter in front of the official monitors. I ran around, trying my best to grab at any straw. During this process, I came into contact with the Beyonder Circle and even became a Beyonder. It's quite possible. Therefore, even if my identity as a Beyonder is exposed, they won't think too deeply about it and dig up my past. Furthermore, Detective Eichinger Stanton is most likely a Beyonder, and he maintains a relatively good relationship with the police and the official organizations. He had vaguely guessed that I'm one of them and gently tried to rope me in. In this regard, I can barely be considered a peripheral member of the officials. If something really happens, it's not certain that I'll be arrested. More importantly, I've already made my current image deeply ingrained in people's hearts. I'm not afraid of a wanted poster in my photo. If the situation doesn't look right, I can directly give up 15 Minsk Street and my identity as Sherlock Moriarty. So, what do I have to worry about? Yes, before I came, I did a divination, and the revelation was that there's almost no danger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein's constricted pupils, slightly changed expression, and Reddy stayed all relaxed, as if the other party was talking about today's weather. Seeing his normal expression, Emlyn White raised his eyebrows, took a few steps to the side, squeezed past him, and slowly sat beside him. The vampire looked at Bishop Utravsky, who was leading the believers in the Holy Communion ritual, and chuckled. "Mr. Detective, aren't you afraid that I'll go to the police station and shout that you're a beyonder?" Klein also looked ahead without turning his head. "I'll follow you and shout that it's a vampire. Come on, let's hurt each other." "I'm not afraid of you." Emlyn White's expression stiffened as he raised his right index finger. "Sanguine, noble sanguine. Understand?" Without waiting for Klein to speak, seeing that Bishop Utravsky was focused on the Holy Communion ritual, Emlyn White chuckled. "No matter what, I'm finally free. I pretended to submit and told the old man that I was willing to convert to Mother Earth and deeply repent of what I had done. Although I didn't know what I had to repent for, I had no problem putting on a show. That old man actually believed me just like that and was very happy. He let me out on the spot and made me a priest here. He told me that if I could memorize the Church of Earth Mother's Holy Bible, he would let me go home. Haha, this kind of old fellow whose brain is full of muscles and who has become stupid from religious beliefs is really easy to deceive. Gullible?" Klein turned his head to look at the smug vampire and said, "There's no need to worry about that. Father Utravsky used to be a pirate, and he's probably killed more people than your father has saved. Most pirates don't trust their companions, and they're full of deceit and betrayal. To be able to become a relatively successful and surviving pirate, even if Father Utravsky isn't good at using his brain, he's definitely not someone who's easy to deceive." Seeing Emlyn White's look of disbelief and about to retort, he stroked the tip of his cane and leisurely added, "The priest has a powerful sealed artifact called the Mental Terror Candle. Father has a powerful sealed artifact called the Mental Terror Candle. It allows the wielder to enter the deepest depths of the target's mind. There, no one can lie. Besides, this is only one of its uses. I don't know if it has any other abilities." Emlyn gradually froze as his eyes slowly lost focus. After more than 10 seconds, he muttered with a pale face, "When I said that I was willing to convert, that old man came in with a lantern. When I said I was willing to change my faith, the old man came in with a lantern. There was a candle inside the lantern, but I didn't get a good look at the candle." Klein turned his head and looked at Emlyn White with pity. "Perhaps Father Utravsky used it to plant a hint in you, making you gradually and completely believe in Mother Earth." The corners of Emlyn's mouth twitched, revealing a smile that was comparable to a zombie. "I didn't feel anything at all. It shouldn't be like what you said. Besides, aren't my parents coming soon? They can use ordinary people to accuse the priest of forcefully detaining me, making him choose between the reputation of the Church of Earth Mother or letting me go. Isn't this a great idea?" Klein maintained his sympathetic gaze as he clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth and nose, looking like he was seriously repenting. "If I were Father Utravsky, I'd choose to call the police and let them clarify the situation. Do you think the one who will suffer in the end will be a bishop with legal qualifications to preach or a vampire?" "Sanguine, sanguine." Emlyn White's facial muscles seemed to spasm. He clenched his fist and punched the back of the chair in front of him. "I can wait. Once I memorize the Holy Bible, I'll ask the old man to let me go." He's a truly pious person. He won't go back on his word. Klein didn't turn his head as he laughed. I've been to 48 River Bay Avenue. Your parents have already moved away. Of course. Not only will they move away, but they'll also move to a place I don't know, Emlyn White replied without hesitation. Klein added in a rather relaxed tone, they moved away in a hurry. They didn't take many things with them. For example, the things in your room. Emlyn White's expression immediately became extremely interesting. He opened his mouth, stood up abruptly, squeezed past Klein, and rushed towards Bishop Yutravsky, who was in front of the sacred emblem of life. Father, Bishop, I want to go home, I want to go home, I want to go home, Emlyn shouted loudly. Seeing that there were still believers who hadn't completed the Holy Communion ritual, Father Yutravsky didn't respond. All he did was calmly look at the pitiful vampire. Emlyn suddenly shut his mouth and became quiet. He paced back and forth, looking extremely anxious. Klein smiled as he got up, picked up his cane and hat, and strolled along the aisle to the front row of the cathedral's prayer hall. After the Holy Communion ritual ended, he walked to Father Yutravsky's side and said with a serious expression, Bishop, I don't know why you let Emlyn stay here, nor do I wish to know. Bishop, I don't know why you let Emlyn stay here, nor do I wish to know. I only know one thing. His parents entrusted me to bring him back. If this giant-like priest easily agrees to my request, then I can only light some candles for Emlyn. No, from today onwards, he'll definitely hate candles. I'll have a moment of silence, Klein thought to himself. Father Yutravsky looked down at them and replied with a gentle expression, Emlyn can go home at any time. Klein glanced at Emlyn White, raised his right hand and tapped his chest. He originally wanted to tap 4 times clockwise to form the crimson moon, but in the end, he forced himself to draw the triangular sacred emblem. He originally wanted to tap 4 times clockwise to form the crimson moon, but in the end, he forced himself to draw the triangular sacred emblem. Emlyn felt rather uneasy under his gaze. Without a word, he rushed straight to the cathedral's entrance and successfully left. Klein followed behind him at a steady pace. He was in no hurry. After jogging forward for a while, Emlyn suddenly slowed down and said in a daze, I feel like I'm beginning to miss the Harvest Church. I miss the feeling of reciting the Holy Bible, and I miss the sacred emblem of life. I want to do some cleaning and cleaning. I just need to do it for an hour. An hour. This hint is even more vicious than I imagined. No matter where this vampire goes, he has to report to the Harvest Church every day. Forced labor for an hour? Actually, it's still all right. At the very least, I didn't forcefully use a hint to change Emlyn's faith. It's still a form of respect for him. Why did I use the word respect? That candle's name is Mental Nightmare. It's said to come from a dragon. The spectator pathway is quite terrifying. Klein nodded his cane. Do you need me to remind you of anything? No need. Emlyn's expression warped as he said angrily, I'll resist this feeling. I want to move to mid-Seashire, to Faceac. I don't believe that I'll want to return once I leave Bakeland. He gritted his teeth and suddenly exhaled. Let's take a carriage back to River Bay Avenue. All right, Klein replied indifferently. After a few steps, Emlyn stopped a rental carriage. Just as he was about to board the carriage, his back suddenly stiffened for 2 seconds. Then, he said in a very low voice, so low that even Klein almost couldn't hear him, I don't have any money with me. I do. Klein smiled. Emlyn didn't say another word as he entered the carriage. Klein sat opposite him, and after the carriage began moving, he asked in thought, What happened? Your father is a doctor? He has an outstanding pharmaceutical level? Although Emlyn was listless, he habitually raised his chin. This is the innate ability of us vampires. The most outstanding potion masters are all vampires. Is that so? Klein muttered to himself. No one knew what he was thinking. Emlyn fell silent for a moment. Remember to write to your friend and tell him I'm back on Bayou Avenue and my parents will be looking for me." "Okay," Klein replied succinctly. Nearly 20 minutes later, the carriage drove into River Bay Avenue and stopped in front of the house at Unit 48. After paying the bill, Klein alighted from the carriage and saw Emlyn White looking in the direction of the bedroom with an abnormally excited expression. The vampire restrained his emotions and pressed his hand to his chest at Klein, bowing deeply. "No matter what, I have to thank you." Klein immediately smiled. "There's no need to thank me. I'll claim the reward for finding you, as well as the fare from before, from your parents. Also, you have to concoct medicine with beyonder effects to help me treat a patient." Chapter 373. Bounty, Transportation Fees, Medicine with Beyonder Effects. Emlyn White couldn't react for a moment. This was not the answer he had expected. "Where's your gentlemanly demeanor?" The vampire thought in a daze. "As a detective, accounting is a must. Besides, you've delayed my trip to the Quelag Club. I wonder what the limited supply is for the next 2 days." Klein looked at Emlyn White and lampooned half-jokingly. After a few seconds, Emlyn forced a smile. "I need to see the patient before I can formulate a suitable medicine." Judging from his tone, he sounds very confident. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He immediately thought of a question. The White family seems to be outstanding potions scholars. If I'm really injured or poisoned, I can come to them for treatment. Wouldn't the apothecary formula that I spent so much effort to obtain from Father Yutravsky be useless? I don't need to train another assistant who's good at healing. Things change faster than plans, however. It wasn't considered a waste. He had already recovered the cost from Miss Magicians. As long as a formula existed, it would always be valuable. Also, the White family will definitely leave River Bay Avenue and hide their identities again. I might not be able to find them. It's not that convenient, no. Before the mental terror candle's hint is resolved, I should be able to wait for Emlyn White at the Harvest Church. Thinking of this, Klein took off his hat and bowed. "No problem, I'll take you there when the time comes. I won't take up any more of your time." Emlyn White's expression changed as he hesitantly said, "That's right. If you can remove the influence of the mental terror candle, you will receive more rewards and," he paused, raised his chin and said, "and the friendship of the vampires. I'm a magician. I have the brooch of sun and the biological poison bottle. My usage of the body of heart and mind is limited to mediumship. What can I do? Among the people I know, only Miss Justice is close, but she's only a sequence 8, a telepathist. Unless you change your faith to the fool that doesn't belong to this era, then we can study how to use the knowledge recorded in the Book of Secrets and use the corresponding ritual to help you resolve this problem. Speaking of which, vampires seem to be worshippers of the primordial moon, very similar to the Shaman King and the rest. The ancient god recorded in the City of Silver, the vampire ancestor, Lilith, couldn't be the primordial moon, right?" Klein smiled as his thoughts wandered. "I'll keep an eye out for a solution." Emlyn White nodded and didn't say anything else. He eagerly turned around and rushed to the door. If it weren't for the coachman still nearby, he would have spread his black bat wings and soared to the second floor. Klein laughed and shook his head wistfully. He took the rental carriage from before to the steam subway station, not far away, and after a few twists and turns, he returned to 15 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough. Before entering, Klein, who had already formed a habit, opened the letterbox to check if there was a letter. To his surprise, there really was a letter. The letter didn't have a stamp on it, and it was addressed to Detective Sherlock Moriarty. It was signed by Jurgen Cooper. Lawyer Jurgen? Puzzled, Klein picked up the envelope and tore it open. Under the light of the street lamp, he saw a piece of paper and 2 bills inside. The 2 bills were in denominations of 1 soldi and 5 soldi. A total of 6 soldi. During this period of time, I've fed the cat 3 times. The agreement was 2 soldi each time. Enlightened, Klein opened the door and lit the gas lamp. Unfolding the letter, He found that there wasn't much content on it, and Jurgen's handwritten words were as meticulous, serious, and reserved as he was. Dear Detective Moriarty, thank you for taking care of Brody during this period of time. This is the reward you deserve. I rang the doorbell twice and found that you weren't home. I had no choice but to put the reward in an envelope and put it in your letterbox. If I hadn't done this, I might not have had the time to come again until tomorrow evening. That would have missed the verbal agreement. My grandmother promised that it would be tonight. As a lawyer, I value the validity of verbal contracts and hope that they can be strictly fulfilled. Finally, thank you again. Jurgen Cooper. Mr. Lawyer, your gratitude is really dry and meaningless. It's not as good as Brody's. Your explanation of your actions is very detailed. It's really the standard Jurgen style. Besides, what letterbox? If I were on Earth, before I transmigrated, I wouldn't have looked at the letterbox downstairs for months. Klein smiled as he folded the bills and put them in his pocket. Then, he took out the letter and wrote to Detective Stewart. After the greetings at the beginning, he carefully wrote, I found Emlyn White at the Harvest Church near Tiva Street. It's a very small church that belongs to the Church of Earth Mother. It's rare in Rouen. Emlyn White claimed that he had chosen to leave home due to certain matters. Later, he was taken in by the bishop of the Harvest Church and lived there, becoming a Klein thought for a moment and wrote down the word volunteer. Then, he said succinctly, That's right. After my persuasion, he has returned to 48 River Bay Avenue, but he might come to the Harvest Church to do some volunteer work. After he finished writing, Klein read through the letter. He then put down the pen and folded the letter neatly. He flipped through the envelope, but he didn't paste the corresponding stamp on it. He planned on hiring someone to deliver it to Stewart's house the next day. If he were to use the kingdom's postal system, even if he placed the letter in the mailbox now, it would only be picked up the next day. After that, there would still be the process of sorting and delivery. Therefore, even though they were both in the royal capital of Bakeland, Stewart would only be able to see the letter the day after tomorrow before he could inform the Whites. As for Emlyn White, he was now penniless and only had a doll. This is also to receive his remuneration as soon as possible. Klein chuckled, cleared the coffee table, and returned to the second floor to brush his teeth and take a bath. On Wednesday morning, after spending 2 solely to hire a rental carriage driver to deliver the letter, Klein bought some of the main ingredients for Desi seafood rice and planned on making egg fried rice that day. Thinking of the white rice, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After spending a certain amount of time and going through all kinds of trouble in the kitchen and utensils, he finally made a pot of fragrant egg fried rice. It was paired with cured meat and black tea, and he nearly burst into tears as he ate it. What a nostalgic and touching taste! After finishing 2 large plates of egg fried rice, Klein slumped into a chair and rubbed his stomach. In the case of Emlyn White, because the other party didn't play by the rules, his performance had ended before it truly began. He didn't achieve his desired goal, so he could only find another opportunity to take the initiative to perform. In this regard, Klein didn't gain anything. Failure was also an experience. This at least made him understand one thing. Unlike ordinary magicians, my performance not only has assistants, but also enemies and participants. Their reactions and choices will also affect the development of the matter. I have to consider these factors in advance. This can also be considered a lesson. It's better to be taught a lesson on such trivial matters than to be taught a lesson on certain important matters. Klein looked at the empty plate in front of him and thought about what other performances he could take the initiative to do. After serious consideration, he realized that there wasn't one. Of course, it wasn't that there was absolutely none, but it wasn't suitable for him to do it now. For example, the evil spirit in the 4th epoch's Tudor dynasty ruins. Klein had always wanted to deal with it, but even with Sharon, who had the scarlet lunar corona, and Merrick, who had obtained the remnant characteristic of a wraith who had lost control, he didn't think that they could fight a high-sequence monster. They might even die without knowing how they died. Taking the initiative to perform isn't equivalent to courting death. It's not equivalent to risking my life to perform, Klein warned himself. There was another thing he wanted to do, but he didn't think there was any chance. That matter was to find the strange child, Will Ossepton, who had brought bad luck to Surgeon Allen. Klein had always been interested in the tarot cards in Will Ossepton's hand, wanting to confirm if it was a mystical item. Unfortunately, this matter had already been taken over by the Nighthawks, and Klein didn't really want to get involved in the actions of his former colleague. When Dr. Allen is resting, I'll go to the Quelleg Club to inquire about the progress and then decide what to do. Klein's thoughts quickly took shape. As far as he knew, Dr. Allen was usually free on Friday afternoons and Sundays, and he would go to the Quelleg Club to play tennis. And just now, Klein had also confirmed one thing through today's Bakeland Morning Post. There would be a Beyonder gathering convened by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom tomorrow night. For the time being, I can't sell the werewolf Beyonder characteristic or the biological poison bottle. I can't even find someone to make the former into a mystical item. The high-sequence Beyonders of Rose School are definitely still active nearby. They must be filled with anger and can't wait to find and tear apart Sharon, Merrick, and their helpers. I have to keep a low profile in this area for the time being. Klein picked up a napkin, wiped his mouth, and began clearing the table. He had originally wanted to rest today and spend the day leisurely at the Quelleg Club without taking the initiative to perform. However, he remembered that Amon's avatar had discovered the gray fog and attempted to infiltrate it. He also remembered the role that the Book of Secrets had played in that crisis. Thus, Klein lit the fireplace in the activity room and brought the Book of Secrets back to the real world. Then, he focused on reading, pondering over it, and taking note. Of course, he would burn the corresponding notes above the gray fog afterward. Before he knew it, it was already noon, and he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. After hiding the Book of Secrets, Klein entered the living room and went straight to the door. The visitor was Detective Stewart, who had a thin face and a beard. He looked at Klein with great reverence and excitement and couldn't wait to praise him. You really are a great detective with rich resources and channels. You were able to solve such a case without any clues so quickly. Chapter 374. No, it's just good luck. It's just that God is blessing me. Klein modestly made way and invited Stewart in. What he said was actually the truth. This matter was indeed due to good luck. Long before the other party took on the mission, he had already known where Emlyn White was. As Stewart took off his tweed coat and hat, he hung them on the shelf in the foyer and said with a shiver, "This darn weather is getting colder. This damn weather, it's getting colder and colder. Maybe I should try those cotton-stuffed coats. You can't call this cold, right? Go north of Mid-Seashire and stay in Winter County for a day. You'll understand what true low temperatures and true winter are," Klein chuckled. Immediately after, he generously asked a question. "A cup of hot coffee?" "That's exactly what I'm hoping for." Stewart followed him to the activity room on the first floor. "I've been to the north of Mid-Seashire, so I know about the low temperatures and heavy snow there. It was a rather wonderful vacation, but Backlund's cold isn't bad either. It's like magic, penetrating my clothes and seeping into my bones. Oh, a fireplace that makes one want to praise." Stewart stood in front of the burning charcoal fireplace for a full 20 seconds before sitting on the sofa. He looked at Klein, who was busy brewing instant coffee. "I plan on going south for a New Year's holiday to Desi Bay to fish. What about you? What vacation plans do you have? We endured the air of Bakeland for a year and worked hard to save up money for such a vacation. Perhaps it's also to Desi Bay," Klein said hesitantly. He looked sideways at Stewart's face, his expression momentarily a little dazed. This was related to a promise, an agreement with his brother, Banson, and his sister, Melissa. Haha, I'll show you my sea fishing skills, Stuart chattered. We still don't have enough money. Otherwise, we would really want to go to Fasak, Intis, or even the southern continent. Klein finished brewing the coffee and handed the white porcelain cup to him. He took 2 steps back and sat opposite him. Stuart held the cup and took 2 deep breaths of the warm, fragrant air. After a few seconds, he put down the cup and said very formally, "According to our agreement, I will share the reward I received this time with you. Mr. and Mrs. White gave you £50 altogether, and you obviously contributed more than I did. Sherlock, how about £30? I still have to pay my informants for their hard work. Only £50? A vampire is only worth £50? Klein could not help but curse in his heart. However, he also knew that it wasn't that the Whites didn't want to increase the reward. They were probably worried that if they gave too much money, it would scare the detectives and make them have unnecessary associations, which would then attract the attention of the police or some official organizations. To an ordinary private detective, a £50 mission was tempting enough. Back when Klein hired someone to investigate all the houses with red chimneys in Tingen City and the small towns in the suburbs, he had only spent about £7. In addition, Mr. and Mrs. White also gave you an extra £1, saying that it's your fare for the next few days. Stuart took out 6 £5 notes and one £1 note with slight doubt. Klein took it and casually checked its authenticity. He didn't explain about the fare. Stuart didn't ask any further. He smiled and said, "Other than Mr. Stanton, you're the most outstanding detective I've ever met. Did you enter the profession halfway, or did you learn from a great detective in the past?" Which detective did he learn from? That's a lot. What Sherlock Holmes, what Hercule Poirot, what 10,000-year primary school student, what swindler in the name of his grandfather? Klein silently lampooned. He thought for a moment. "I'm from Mid-Seashire. I did a lot of work in the early days before I became a detective." "That's why you're so knowledgeable," Stuart said in realization. "Hey, your flattery is making me a little embarrassed." Klein smiled but did not respond. Stuart took a sip of coffee and said, "Sherlock, if I encounter a difficult case that I can't solve in the future, I hope I can ask you for help. My connections in the detective world have also been established." Klein replied cautiously, "That's right. At that time, if I'm free." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Stuart tactfully bade farewell. Klein walked him all the way to the lobby. After putting on his coat and hat, Stuart was about to open the door when he suddenly turned around and said sincerely, "Sherlock, you're too simple. Your talent deserves better coffee." Klein was taken aback at first before he felt a little awkward. He laughed dryly. "I can't tell the difference between good and bad coffee. It's all the same to me." After sending Stuart off, Klein went out and bought a few beef bones and some beef from a butcher's shop. He also went to a vegetable shop to buy radishes and other ingredients, as well as the corresponding seasonings. He wanted to prepare beef bone radish soup for dinner to accompany the remaining rice. As for lunch, he found a random restaurant on the street and had a lamb chop. In the leisurely afternoon, Klein continued studying the Book of Secret. The more he read, the more he felt that he knew too little about mysticism. Thankfully, he had a solid foundation, and he could quickly grasp many things the moment he came into contact with it. In the evening, he caught a whiff of the alluring fragrance of the beef bone radish soup. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down twice. He heard the doorbell again, and it was like a bugle call for dinner. Gulping a mouthful of saliva, Klein walked to the back of the door and reached out to grab the handle. The visitor's appearance naturally appeared in his mind. It was none other than the handsome but not masculine red-eyed vampire, Emlyn White. "There's no need to rush me. He's a guy who keeps his word." Klein opened the door and smiled. "Good evening, Mr. White." Emlyn lifted his chin, letting his impatience show. Just as he was about to speak, Klein sized up the brown priest robe he was wearing and revealed a knowing smile. You just came from the Harvest Church? Who said that he could last night? Emlyn immediately couldn't maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. He gritted his teeth and said, that old man, damn it, how do I get rid of that darn hint? Without waiting for Klein's reply, he patted the clothes on his chest and pulled a long face. Take me to the patient. A sumptuous dinner is waiting for me. As he spoke, he sniffed indiscernibly, as if he had smelled something. Klein didn't say anything else as he took his coat and hat. All right, I'll take you there now. After closing the door and taking a few steps, he cautiously asked, Do you have a medical license? How else could he convince Lawyer Jurgen to allow Mrs. Doris to take the medicine? Emlyn looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. I don't need that kind of document to prove my ability. Before Klein frowned, he nonchalantly added, You're right. It's too simple. I just had to deal with it and I got it. You sound like you're quite proud of your medical license. Klein smiled but didn't say anything. Emlyn looked at the wet ground in front of him and casually said, That's right. Do you know what I like most about Bakeland? What? Klein asked curiously. Emlyn chuckled. The sky is gloomy for a long period of time, and the fog that obscures the sun, so even if I go out during the day, I won't feel too uncomfortable. This is great, except for the bad air. In other words, vampires would really be harmed by sunlight? Thankfully, I considered this yesterday and deliberately didn't bring the sun brooch. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to communicate with Emlyn. Klein seemed to understand something. As they spoke, they arrived outside Jurgen's house. Klein stepped forward and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened and Mrs. Doris, who was also dressed thickly at home, said in surprise, Detective, are you here as a guest? The black cat, Brody, silently squatted by the side as he warily looked at Emlyn, as though he felt that something was amiss. Klein pointed at the vampire beside him. I got to know a new doctor who's good at treating lung diseases, so I specially invited him to take a look at you. This is Dr. Emlyn White. Is that so? You still remember this matter? What good children you are. Doris cheerfully invited them to come in. Child. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say a word in the end. On the way into the living room, Emlyn lowered his voice and said to him, This patient's problem is irreversible. This patient's problem is irreversible. She is very old and her body is quite weak. Even if I give her the medicine, she'll only be able to survive this winter at best. She'll pass away in 3 to 5 years. Unless there's the legendary immortality potion or something similar, this is the only way. Or, turn her into a sanguine? But at her age, she can no longer withstand the changes a beyonder characteristic will bring to her body. Besides, my parents and I don't have any additional characteristic. Irreversible. Klein was taken aback as he sighed silently. He said to Emlyn, Concoct the medicine for her first. Let's concoct the medicine for her first. We'll talk about it after this winter. All right, I have a finished medicine that's suitable for this situation. Emlyn sat down on the sofa without standing on ceremony. At this moment, Jurgen took off his apron and came out of the kitchen. He asked Klein the reason for his visit. Dr. White, what do you think of my grandmother's lung disease? Jurgen asked solemnly. Emlyn was clearly very good at such situations. He first explained his understanding of lung diseases, and after making Jurgen dizzy, he said, What she needs the most is warm and healthy air. What she needs most is warm and healthy air. This is my most sincere advice. In addition, I have a special medicine that you can try for free. As he spoke, he took out his physician's license and a small metal bottle. Will there be any side effects? Jurgen asked cautiously. No, the only problem is that it can't cure the problem at all. It's only a temporary cure, Emlyn replied in a very professional manner. If it weren't for Detective Moriarty, I wouldn't have let anyone try it out. Perhaps we can give it a try? Ahem. Mrs. Doris interrupted. Jurgen glanced at Klein, and the latter, who had done a divination beforehand, gave an affirmative nod. All right. Jurgen finally made his decision. He watched warily as Mrs. Doris drank the bottle of medicine, carefully observing her reaction. Mrs. Doris didn't change at first, but she gradually felt that her breathing was becoming easier. She stood up, bent down to hug the cat, and said happily, "I feel much better." Seeing this scene, the corners of Jurgen's mouth curled up slightly. Seeing this scene, the corners of Jurgen's usually solemn and unsmiling face actually curled up slightly. But what Klein thought was, 3 to 5 years. He smiled and sighed inwardly. This can also be considered a kind of magic show, using beyonder powers to create a false outcome to make the audience happy. Chapter 375. After waiting for more than half an hour and confirming that there were no accidents, Klein and Emlyn White left Lawyer Jurgen's house. They silently walked forward with their own thoughts on their minds, and soon, they arrived outside 15 Minsk Street. Vampire Emlyn held his fist to his mouth, and coughed lightly. "The payment has been made. I hope we won't have the chance to meet again." That was a nice sentence, but Mr. White, did you forget something important? Klein smiled politely. "I'll visit Bishop Utravsky occasionally. I hope you won't be at the Harvest Church. Also, I don't have to help you find a solution to the hypnosis." Emlyn White's expression immediately turned odd. After 2 seconds of silence, he raised his chin. "There are many powerful occultists in our race. I will write to them for help." With that, he placed his hand on his chest, bowed, and left. After taking a few steps, he suddenly slowed down, turned his head, and asked hesitantly, "What are you cooking?" "Beef bone radish soup. It needs to be paired with rice and chili. That's a specialty of the Fainapotter Highlands," Klein said with anticipation as he breathed in the fragrance wafting out of the house. Emlyn frowned and shook his head. "Chili doesn't belong to the vampire race. Frankly speaking, it's hard for me to imagine a vampire eating chili. Of course, I occasionally fantasize about a vampire eating a steamed bun and eating garlic and green onions." Klein criticized in his heart and pointed at the door, indicating that he was about to enjoy his dinner. Emlyn White considered for a second and lowered his voice. "I thought about it for a long time last night and realized that you didn't actually do anything. Why did you ask for payment? The old man will let me go at any time." Klein chuckled. "No, that's not how it works. Your parents entrusted me with the task of finding you, not saving you. In the end, I was the one who found you. According to the agreement, the reward should belong to me. Also, if I didn't remind you, you might have to stay in the Harvest Church for a few weeks or even a few months before you realize that you can leave freely, and you won't even realize that you've been hypnotized." "Are you implying my intelligence?" Emlyn's face contorted. "No, I'm saying it explicitly." Klein smiled and didn't say anything else. He opened the door and went straight to the kitchen. His mind was filled with the clear and alluring soup, white rice, soft but chewy beef, marrow hidden deep in the bones, sweet carrots with the fragrance of meat, and chopped Fainapotter Highland chili. Pink rose salt and green coriander leaves of balsam were sprinkled among the fiery fragments. On Thursday morning, as promised, Klein arrived at the cheap cafe in the East Borough. Old Kohler, who was still wearing the thick jacket from before, was sitting in a corner, drinking tea that barely tasted like tea with a loaf of black bread. Klein walked in front of him, took out something he had prepared, and pushed it to him. It was made up of 2 5-soldi notes, 4 1-soldi notes, and a handful of copper pennies to enhance the effect. Old Kohler stared straight at them for a while before he reached out with his right hand and took them with trembling hands. He scrutinized them repeatedly, raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and squeezed out a smile. "At the dock, we move heavy goods and do some troublesome cleaning in the cold, dirty water. It only costs about 1 soldi a day, and here, there was a total of 15 soldi." Klein listened in silence. After a few seconds he said, "That's right." After a few seconds he said, "Have you heard anything recently? What did you notice?" Old Kohler put away the funds, drank another mouthful of tea, and pinched the corner of his eyes. I got to know a lot of dock workers and re-established contact with my friends from when I was a vagrant. Some of them have entered the factory, and some are still constantly going back and forth between the workhouse and the corner of the park. Just like me in the past. Recently, there's a saying that since we believe in one of the 7 deities, why don't we directly pray to the Creator at the source? It's said that He is in everyone's body, in all things, and hasn't truly passed away. Praying to Him will allow us to be redeemed. Not only will we be able to enter His kingdom after death, but we will also have a better life while alive. For example, we don't need to work so hard, and we can have butter and oily meat every day. This is the theory of the mutated creator spread by the Aurora Order. After the incident with Lenivus, they began to place importance on the poor of the East Borough, the dock area, and the East Borough, hoping to use them to achieve certain goals. I wonder if the 3 major churches have noticed this phenomenon. They should have. Klein placed the butter between 2 pieces of toast and took a bite without tasting it. Old Kohler rambled on for a while. Mr. Detective, according to your instructions, I paid attention to the female textile workers. In the end, with the participation of the police, their resistance was defeated. But, the leaders became the factory's supervisors, and 1/3 of them lost their jobs. Some of them are actively looking for new jobs, some have become street girls, and some have disappeared. The whole East Side is in chaos. If Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings were in such a situation when he came to Bakeland, then no one would notice him coming to East Borough to secretly kill 1 or 2 people every day. Klein sighed inwardly. Old Kohler continued to talk about his daily experiences. By the way, Liv's youngest daughter has gone missing. Liv? Klein confirmed that he had never heard of the name before. Only then did Old Kohler come to a realization. It's the one you and Mr. Reporter saw quarreling with someone last time. She's been doing the laundry at home with her eldest and youngest daughters, but yesterday, one of her 2 daughters went missing on the way back from delivering the clothes. The younger one is really pitiful. She's been a widow for many years and has always been counting on her 2 daughters, but in the end, the police in East Borough definitely won't put too much effort into looking for her. Unfortunate people often have even greater misfortune because they don't have the ability to resist risks and change the environment they're in. This sentence suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. He was silent for a few seconds like a stone statue. Take me to see them. I'm a detective, so I might be able to help them find them. They don't have money, Old Kohler reminded him. Klein picked up his hat and cane. I do volunteer work occasionally. Sherwood Borough, in the house the 2 ladies originally rented. Zio began her life as a bounty hunter again, while Furs sped up the progress of her new book, hoping to save enough money for the Beyonder ingredients needed for Trickmaster as soon as possible. However, writing a book wasn't something that could be written just because one wanted to. Furs scratched her hair in frustration and decided to go out for a walk to find inspiration. As she walked, she found herself unknowingly returning to a familiar place. Diagonally in front of her was the Yosef Clinic where she had first worked, a rather large private clinic. After staring for a while, Furs recalled the old lady who had led her into the Beyonder world, so she turned into an alley on the right and took a shortcut to a nearby street. On both sides of the street were parasol trees with fluttering leaves. It was a relatively quiet place. Furs remembered that the old lady lived in House 39. Back then, she would occasionally drop by to deliver medicine or injections, and even help with some of the daily chores. It's been almost 3 years. That place should have been rented out again. Perhaps there have been several tenants. I still remember that when I came to sort out her belongings, I found a lot of notes that recorded mysticism insights. Furs walked under the leafless parasol tree and slowly approached House 39. As she recalled her past experiences, she gradually gained some inspiration for her writing. At that moment, she saw an old man wearing a heavy coat and a half-top hat standing at the door of House 39. He rang the doorbell 3 times. After a few minutes, no one opened the door. The old man with blue eyes shook his head and turned around. He muttered in puzzlement, still no one. He suddenly noticed Furs, who had stopped not far away and was looking over. He hurriedly strode over and smiled warmly and eagerly. "Beautiful lady, do you live on this block? Do you know Labero and Alisa?" "Alisa? Isn't that the old lady's name? This building hasn't had a tenant recently?" Furs deliberated and said, "I don't know if the Mrs. Alisa I know is the one you are looking for. She lived here for a long time, but she passed away 3 years ago." "He passed away 3 years ago? Where's Labero?" The old man with some wrinkles at the corner of his eyes hurriedly asked. "Her husband passed away before she did," Furs answered honestly. The old man was stunned for a moment before revealing a sorrowful expression. He was silent for a moment. "Thank you, kind lady. I'm Labero's elder brother. I've been living in Mid-Seashire all this time. As I haven't received any letters from them in a long time, I decided to come and take a look. Can you tell me what happened to them in those years?" Mrs. Alisa's husband's brother. Could he be a descendant of the family she mentioned? Furs suddenly became alert and replied with a smile, "No problem." She quickly thought about what she could and couldn't say. The elder pointed behind him and said, "That's right. There's a nice cafe over there." In a slightly old apartment in the East District, Klein once again stepped into the humid room. He saw the tough woman who had quarreled with the street girl and disdained her occupation standing in the pile of clothes. Her wrinkled face had lost its vigor of toil, and was lifeless. Her eldest daughter, the 17 or 18-year-old girl who was squatting in front of the basin and washing clothes, sat by the bed and sobbed. "It's me. It's all my fault. I didn't keep an eye on her. I shouldn't have taken her to a secluded alley. She also said that she would learn a few more words in the free school tonight. It's me. It's all my fault." Liv suddenly came back to her senses and turned to look at her eldest daughter. She put away her sad expression and said fiercely, "Why are you crying? Get up and wash your clothes. Do you want to go hungry? Don't you want to go to a free school?" After yelling, she saw Klein and old Kohler by the door. "Old Kohler, this is?" she asked in puzzlement. Chapter 376. Old Kohler seemed a little afraid of the other party's toughness and subconsciously took a step back. "Liv, this is a detective. He wants to help you find Daisy." Liv's wrinkled and peeling face turned to Klein and said coldly, "We've already called the police. She may be in her 30s, but she looks closer to 50. Klein looked around the room where many wet clothes were hanging. He vaguely remembered that there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl here the last time he was here. She was carefully holding a simple and crude homemade iron, dealing with the clothes that had been dried and wrinkled. There were many burn marks on her hands. "She's the lost Daisy." Klein looked back at the laundry maid, Liv, and said in an emotionless tone, "That's right. Do you believe that the East Side Police will really look for Daisy? Are you sure that the people who caused Daisy to go missing won't set their sights on your house? You want to lose another daughter after losing one?" The cruel but heart-wrenching words reached Liv's ears. The indifferent expression on her face crumbled bit by bit. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. The corners of her eyes gradually turned red. She suddenly lowered her head, and said to herself in pain and despair, "I don't have money." The room suddenly became quiet. Even the sobbing girl didn't make a sound. Klein pursed his lips and exhaled silently. "I do volunteer work occasionally, purely to help others. I haven't done it in a long time. Please give me a chance." "Volunteer?" Liv raised her head and chewed on the word. Klein nodded slightly. "This commission is free." "No, it's not completely free. Kindness will bring me great satisfaction. Since you don't have any other way, why not give it a try?" Liv was silent for a moment. She raised her palm that was wrinkled and swollen from being soaked in water for a long time, wiped her eyes and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Detective, you really are a kind gentleman." Her voice suddenly choked. Here's what happened. At noon the day before yesterday, Freyja led Daisy back with a batch of laundry. It was just outside Eastborough, and they had to go to several streets. In order to rush back for lunch, Freyja chose a secluded alley, but when she wasn't paying attention, she realized that Daisy, who was behind her, had disappeared. She went back the way she had come, but never found it, and Daisy never came back. "Freya, where were you?" The girl called Freya had already stood up, her eyes red and swollen. She sobbed and said, "Right here, in Hatchet Lane, Detective. Is Daisy going to be all right?" "Probably," Klein replied without any expression. He looked around, then asked, "What's the matter? Anything that Daisy always carried? I can borrow a police dog. It has an excellent sense of smell, and can find the target by following the smell they left behind." "No." Liv, the laundry maid, thought for a moment and said with a sad expression. Freyja shed tears again, feeling that things seemed to have reached a dead end again. Suddenly, she blinked and said, "Yes, there is one thing. Daisy's vocabulary book." "Vocabulary book?" Old Kohler asked from the side. Liv sniffed and said, "I got Freya and Daisy to go to the free school at night. I let Freyja and Daisy go to the free school at night. I can keep washing clothes, but they can't keep doing this. This lady is such a good mother." Klein couldn't help but sigh. Free schools were night schools established by the three churches or certain charitable organizations. Classes were held from 8 to 10 in the evening, and they didn't charge any fees at all. They would even provide writing tools and a certain amount of paper for free. It was considered an education aimed at illiteracy, and at most, it involved some religious knowledge. Old Neil had once been a teacher at the Evernight Goddesses Free School for a few years, and Klein had heard him mention some things. As there were very few people who volunteered to be a teacher at a free school, a unique teaching model was formed. The teacher would arrive early, gather the students with the best learning progress, and instill the content of the day into them. Then, they would be in charge of teaching the different classes, and the teacher would patrol back and forth to correct any mistake. This was known as the tutoring system. Corresponding to the free schools were free organizations such as Technical Workers' Workshop. They were the few channels that the poor could come into contact with to escape their social class. Unfortunately, there were too few such organizations. They were like a drop in the bucket, and it was difficult for them to play any substantial role. At this moment, Freyja added while sobbing, "Daisy loves to learn. She's already been confirmed by the teacher to be her class's tutor. She'll put the pieces of paper with the words she copied together, and every day she'll sleep with them as her pillow. Then, she'll wake up early and go out to the streets to recite under the morning light. She's always regretted that there aren't any street lights nearby." As she spoke, Freyja rushed back to the bunk bed and took out a stack of crumpled paper from under the tattered pillow. Due to being in a humid environment for a long period of time, the words copied on it were a little blurry. The edges of the paper were also worn, as if it had been flipped around for a long period of time. "Mr. Detective, is this okay?" Freyja handed the so-called vocabulary book, which wasn't bound at all, to Klein with both hands and asked eagerly. "Yes," Klein answered very succinctly. He wasn't trying to comfort Freyja. Although such items weren't the kind that could be carried around, they would accompany the target for a long period of time and project a strong belief in them. They were excellent materials for using dowsing to find people. He casually flipped through the vocabulary book and said, "Then I'll start taking action. Then I'll start moving. The sooner I find Daisy, the better." Liv and Freyja couldn't find the words to describe their feelings. They could only watch as Klein and old Kohler left, repeatedly saying, thank you, Mr. Detective, and thank you, kind gentleman." After leaving the apartment, Klein turned his head to old Kohler. "Pay attention to the female textile workers who have lost their jobs. especially those who haven't found a new job or become a street girl. Pay special attention to those who have gone off to who knows where. Pay attention to your own safety. Ask less and listen more. If you do this well, you'll get a bonus. All right. Old Kohler nodded heavily. He didn't leave immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he asked in an expectant tone, Mr. Detective, you'll definitely be able to find Daisy, right? I can only say that I'll do my best. Klein didn't make any guarantees. Old Kohler sighed and smiled bitterly. I lost my own child, so this is the last thing I want to see. He waved his hand and walked towards another street. As for Klein, he left at an unhurried pace. On the way, he used Daisy's vocabulary book to wrap the tip of his cane. Without attracting any attention, he completed a dowsing rod cert. There's a result. Northwest. I can't confirm if there's any interference or misdirection for the time being. He looked down at the direction where the cane was about to fall and reached out to support it. Following the revelation, Klein left Eastborough and hired a rental carriage. More than half an hour later, the carriage, which occasionally adjusted its direction, stopped at Iris Street in Sherwood Borough near Westborough. It stopped in front of a house with a vast lawn, a wide garden, a small fountain square, and a marble statue. At this moment, in the carriage, Klein's cane had fallen down and was aimed straight at that direction. Through the window, Klein saw patrolling guards and vicious dogs with their tongues hanging out behind the iron gate. The security there was quite tight. More importantly, even without divination, he could sense that there was quite a bit of danger lurking within with his spiritual intuition. What is this place? How could Daisy's disappearance involve such a dangerous place? Klein pondered for a few seconds and ordered the coachman to continue forward. The coachman replied with some surprise, "Sir, are you not here to visit Mr. Capham?" Capham? Klein found the name very familiar. He smiled and asked in return, "Why do you think so?" "People often come out from Eastborough and take my carriage here." "Heh, this is the home of the tycoon, Mr. Capham," the coachman replied casually. "Eastborough. Capham. Tycoon." Klein suddenly recalled who Capham was. In many rumors, he was the leader of a criminal organization whose hands were stained with blood, and he was involved in the disappearance of many innocent girls. And in reality, he was a tycoon who knew many important figures. Klein didn't say anything else. He leaned back against the wall and half closed his eyes. The carriage slowly moved forward, and the luxurious villa swept backward, disappearing through the glass window. In a cubicle in a coffee shop, Furs already knew that the elder's name was Lawrence Nord. He came from Constant City in mid-Seashire and was a public school teacher. He doesn't know that Mrs. Alisa's husband is dead, nor does he know that Mrs. Alisa has inherited his inheritance and become a beyonder. He didn't expect Mrs. Alisa to leave her belongings to me. Could he also be a beyonder? Does he have the ability to divine? Furs drank a mouthful of Fermo coffee and organized her words. I was once a doctor at the nearby Yusuf Clinic, and Mrs. Alisa often came to see me. Back then, her husband, Mr. Labero, had already passed away. I would occasionally talk to her and help her do some things, such as, so, she eventually made a will, giving me her savings and cash, and donating her jewelry, books, furniture, and other items to charity. This was supervised by a law firm she appointed. What Furs said was the truth, but it wasn't the entire truth. Lawrence pinched his forehead and said, "What a pity. I can't understand why Alisa didn't contact me during those years. She didn't mention your name, and she was vaguely dissatisfied with Mr. Labero's relatives," Furs answered frankly. Lawrence was silent for a moment. "Thank you for telling me. It made me understand some things. By the way, where are Labero and Alisa buried?" "Grim Cemetery." Furs took out her pocket watch from her bag and glanced at it. "Mr. Lawrence, I still have matters to attend to. I should leave." Lawrence didn't stop her. He got up and sent her off. After sitting down again, he rubbed his son acupoint in distress and muttered to himself, "Labero passed away, and he didn't leave behind any children. I wonder where Alisa took his beyonder characteristic. Richard died at the hands of the Aurora Order. Sam didn't want to contact us at all. He didn't want to bear the responsibility of his family name." Chapter 377. Lawrence sat in a booth in the coffee shop and couldn't help but think of the hardships the House of Abraham had suffered over the years. Ever since they were split into small families and scattered across the country, the Elders' Council's control over the family members had fallen to the lowest point. In order to avoid the effects of the curse, a large number of Abrahams were unwilling to advance and remained at sequence 8 or 9. They didn't even attempt to become Beyonders. They only wanted to be ordinary people with a certain amount of knowledge and wealth, living a peaceful and beautiful life. The Elders' Council believed that this was an act of forgetting the honor of the family, but they couldn't deal with it strictly because it was equivalent to self-annihilation. In such a situation, the upper echelons of the House of Abraham began to have thoughts of reform. They imitated the master-disciple inheritance system of the life school of thought and nurtured non-family members, hoping that after they advanced to high-sequence Beyonders, they could help the Abrahams resolve the curse that had existed for 1,500 years and find their ancestor, Bethel Abraham, who had disappeared in the War of the Four Emperors. This plan went very smoothly in the beginning. The apprentices, who didn't need to worry about the curse, quickly became stronger and advanced under the careful nurturing of the House of Abraham. In just 10 years, there were several sequence 5 Beyonders among them, and there wasn't a single sequence 6 among the direct Beyonders of the House of Abraham. The main branch was too weak, and the branches were too strong. The seeds of tragedy were planted, and the ambitious disciples set their sights on the few powerful sealed artifacts that the House of Abraham possessed. Their plot failed, but it also brought about serious repercussions. All the sequence 6 and sequence 5 Beyonders who weren't members of the family believed that their status in the House of Abraham didn't match their own strength. Furthermore, they weren't trusted and were unable to obtain control over certain sealed artifacts. Amidst the back-and-forth, arduous negotiations, and the process of mutual compromise, an accident happened. One of the sequence 5 traveler named Bodis was tempted by the true creator and joined the Aurora Order, causing a terrifying disaster. In this disaster, the upper echelons of the House of Abraham were nearly wiped out. More than half of the few powerful sealed artifacts were lost, leaving only 3. Lawrence's half-brother, Richard, died as a result. Bodis had received great benefit. Not only had he gathered all the Beyonder ingredients he needed, but with the help of the true creator, he had also successfully overcome all obstacles and stepped into the demigod sequence, becoming one of the 5 saints of the Aurora Order, the Saint of Secrets. After the disaster, the Elders' Council of the House of Abraham, which had been rebuilt, reflected on their actions over the past years, but they could not find a solution to the problem. Negative, depressed, and desperate emotions shrouded the hearts of the few remaining family members. Lawrence didn't want to be in such an environment, and he didn't want to face the size and depressing atmosphere every day. He found an excuse to leave the Elder Council and come to Bakeland to find his other half-brother, Labero, and half-brother, Sam. Now, he suddenly realized that he was the only one left from his father's branch. He himself was nearly 80 years old, and all of his children had died in the disaster brought about by Bodis. Just thinking about this made him feel an indescribable sense of sorrow. What pained him the most was that he couldn't see any hope of revenge, nor could he see the dawn of his family's glory returning. "I'm already very old, and I was previously injured. I don't dare to use Beyonder powers unless it's absolutely necessary. It will cause me to lose control or cause a curse to descend. What's the future of the House of Abraham?" Lawrence took a sip of Fermo coffee and fell into a long silence. After returning to her rented apartment, Furs immediately entered her bedroom and locked the wooden door. She sat on the edge of the bed, adjusted her state, and softly recited the honorific name that represented hope and future. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I wish to pray to you and tell you what happened to me today. I met the elder brother of the husband of the old lady who made me an apprentice. He's suspected to be a member of a certain family. I hid the matters related to mysticism, but I'm worried that he has extremely powerful divination abilities and can find out the complete truth. At this moment, Klein happened to be above the gray fog. He saw the crimson star representing magicians expand outwards, causing ripples. He heard layers of pleas constantly spread out. After figuring out the details, Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table with his finger and muttered to himself, very cautious. You know to seek help from the fool. Furthermore, your guess is correct. The corresponding sequence 7 of Apprentice is astrologer. Recently, he had been studying the Book of Secrets and quickly came up with a plan that could help the other party interfere with divination through a ritual. I have to say, after advancing to sequence 7 and obtaining the Book of Secrets, I'm becoming more and more like a true deity above the gray fog. Of course, it's still an empty shell for now. Speaking of which, I've performed in front of Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man many times, perfectly fooling them. Why didn't I receive the corresponding spirituality feedback? The progress of the potion didn't speed up either. Does it have to be in the real world? It could also be that the cheers of the audience are blocked by the gray fog, preventing them from directly affecting me. It's just like how the eternal blazing sun and the true creator are unable to penetrate the gray fog and find this mysterious space. From the looks of it, the reaction of the gray fog and this mysterious space is very mechanical. It's not agile enough and lacks intelligence. However, to me, this is actually a good thing. Amidst his thoughts, Klein conjured the corresponding knowledge into an ancient goatskin parchment and threw it into the crimson star representing magicians. Suddenly, an endless grayish-white fog appeared in front of Furs, and an illusory yellowish-brown goatskin descended from the sky. She saw the knowledge written on it, and her heart calmed down. With Mr. Fool taking action, that Mr. Lawrence definitely wouldn't be able to obtain the correct revelation from his divination. Furs sincerely expressed her gratitude and busied herself preparing for the ritual. She had seen many evil spirits harm people, so she didn't really trust the fool that much. However, the curse of the full moon made her rely on him. At worst, I'll just lose my life. Without Mr. Fool's help, I would have already lost control and become a monster during the last blood moon. Every day I live is one more day of gain. This is all bestowed by Mr. Fool. He can take it back whenever he wants. It's best not to take it back. Furs took a deep breath and lit the 2 candles that symbolize the fool. The initial steps of the ritual were no different from what she had previously mastered. When the candles were lit, essential oils, extract, herbal powder, and other items were thrown into the fire. When a clear and ethereal fragrance filled the room and a thin, illusory fog enveloped the entire altar, Furs quickly adjusted her body and mind according to the contents recorded on the goatskin. She entered cogitation and silently chanted the corresponding honorific name of the fool over and over again. Such monotonous and repetitive actions made Furs, who had already calmed down from her visualization, slowly enter a state of deep sleep and spirituality. She was in a daze, but she also maintained a strange lucidity. She felt that her mind was drifting and constantly rising. This was somewhat similar to the process of using external objects to form a secret deed, but there were many differences. This was a technique of mediumship, used to communicate with spirits of a higher level. At its peak, it could even allow beyonders to roam the spirit world while maintaining a strange lucidity. Some beyonders who were good at influencing the mind called it artificial sleepwalking. They could use hypnosis and other techniques to make ordinary people enter such a state. That way, ordinary people would appear to be asleep, but they would be able to answer questions. They would appear to have their eyes and mouth closed, but they would be able to discover the various spirit bodies around them and complete a certain level of communication. The reason why Klein didn't allow Furs to use the secret deed ritual was that it could only give knowledge, direct effects such as purification or erosion, allowing the other party's mind to obtain a wondrous experience. It couldn't interfere with another person's divination or other matters. To put it simply, the secret deed ritual directly affected the target's soul body, astral projection, body of heart and mind, and ether body. Any positive or negative states related to them would be eliminated. The ritual under artificial sleepwalking could allow Klein to do some indirect things to deal with the intrusions from the outside world. In a daze, Furs felt that she had drifted back to the towering ancient palace above the gray fog. She saw Mr. Fool sitting high above, looking down at everything. Klein looked at the magician's illusory figure outlined by the crimson starlight and calmly picked up a paper figurine that he had found in the junk pile in the corner. As a seer who had advanced twice, he had many ways to interfere with the divination of others without the help of mystical items. At that moment, due to the ritual's influence, the mysterious space above the gray fog trembled slightly, and some of its power flowed due to it being pried open. Klein pressed his left hand on the dark emperor card on the surface of the long bronze table, allowing it to connect with his spirit body and raise his level. It was just like how he had used the flaring sun charm and Aztec's copper whistle to strengthen his spirit body and raise his level. Right on the heels of that, with a flick of his right wrist, he threw the paper figurine out. The paper figurine suddenly enlarged, and 12 pairs of black angel wings that were cut out of paper grew out of its back. The feathers were lifelike. The paper angel quickly pierced through the crimson light and overlapped with the illusory figure of the magician's. Without a sound, it began to burn and completely disappeared. The half-awake Furs seemed to see a dignified and solemn angel. She saw the other party using many pairs of pitch-black wings to wrap around her. After an unknown period of time, Furs suddenly woke up from her artificial sleepwalking state. In front of her were the 3 candles burning quietly on the altar and the fog that permeated the entire room. Her nose was filled with the familiar fragrance of tranquility and ethereal angel. Furs fell into a daze and momentarily forgot to end the ritual. Chapter 378. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like it has 12 pairs of wings. According to the descriptions in the books of the various churches, this is the highest-level angel. Furs tried her best to recall the scene she had seen in her half-awake state. She was shocked, but at the same time it wasn't that shocking. It was as though she had encountered something shocking that she had never encountered before. It's not surprising that Mr. Fool has an angel serving him. From the fact that Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man occasionally refer to him, it's conceivable. From the fact that he can isolate the influence of the full moon's ravings, it's possible to infer. However, my request is just to interfere with Mr. Lawrence's divination, and he actually got an angel to protect me. Isn't this too extravagant? Or is this a routine operation for him? There's another question. Why are the feathers on the angel's wings black? Does this indicate degeneration or death? What's Mr. Fool's true identity? Which great existence is he? The death that was rumored to have perished in the Pale Era? He wants to resurrect himself through the tarot gathering? Furs suddenly took a deep breath. She was no longer worried that the gentleman named Lawrence would use divination to discover that there was a problem with her. Thinking that she had already joined the tarot, she smiled bitterly and muttered silently, "I can only do as Roselle the Great said. I'll take it one step at a time." Reining in her thoughts, Furs once again humbly thanked Mr. Fool. Then, according to the normal procedures of the ritual, she extinguished the flames of the 3 candles and dealt with the altar that was filled with all sorts of items. Above the gray fog, Klein temporarily threw the matter regarding the house of Abraham to the back of his mind. According to his original plan, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the next divination statement, Daisy's current situation. Putting down the pen, Klein stacked Daisy's vocabulary book and the piece of paper with the divination statement together and held them in his left hand. Then, he leaned back in his chair and entered a cogitation state. He silently recited Daisy's current situation over and over again. After a total of 7 times, Klein fell asleep. His vision was first pitch black with a hint of red before it turned gray. A series of images flashed before his eyes. Some were coherent, some were jumpy, and some were illogical. Klein saw Liv's youngest daughter, a 13-year-old girl who was repeatedly scalded by the steam but still insisted on ironing clothes. A man wearing a heavy jacket and a grayish-black cap covered her mouth with a handkerchief from behind and dragged her into a fork in the alley. Another man in the same attire grabbed her legs and lifted her up with his companion. They walked quickly. Their target was the carriage parked outside the alley. The whole process ended in less than 2 minutes, and by the time Daisy's sister, Freja, returned to find them, the carriage had already left. In the carriage, a cold and sharp dagger was pressed against the muddle-headed Daisy's face, and filthy threatening words rang in her ears. The carriage drove into Capham's luxurious villa. Daisy was in a small, dark room, and the cries, screams, and curses of women echoed from time to time outside. Daisy woke up and shouted for help, but someone opened the door and kicked her. She was in so much pain that she couldn't stand up. Tears streamed down her face as she kept softly shouting the words "Mom" and "Freja." Klein opened his eyes and realized that the paper in his left hand had crumpled into a ball at some point in time. He had already confirmed that Capham was the mastermind behind the disappearance of many young girls and that he was the boss of a criminal organization. But the problem was that such cases shouldn't and couldn't involve Beyonder powers that were too powerful. At most, there would be a few money-grubbing sequence 7s, 8s, or 9s to help. It wouldn't make Klein feel a strong sense of danger through his spiritual intuition the moment he approached the villa. Could it be that Capham himself is a sequence 6 or even a sequence 5 Beyonder? However, it's not difficult for a Beyonder at this level to earn money. There's no need for him to do such dirty and complicated things. He can just find the various gangs and collect protection fees from them. It's easier than this, and he won't dirty his hands. Could it be that Capham's human trafficking has some hidden agenda? As Klein pondered, he used the power of the gray fog to restore Daisy's vocabulary book to its original state. After a few seconds of silence, he conjured another piece of goatskin and wrote a new divination statement. Saving Daisy is a dangerous matter. After reading it carefully twice, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and let the topaz pendant fall onto the paper, nearly touching the line of words. After calming himself down for a few seconds, he closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement he had just written. When the voice stopped, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum in his left hand. The topaz pendant was spinning clockwise at a high speed and a high amplitude. It was an affirmation that saving Daisy was a rather dangerous thing. But it's not completely hopeless. There's still a small possibility and opportunity. As long as I can grasp it, Klein interpreted the revelation given by the spirit pendulum. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Wasn't I looking for an opportunity to perform? That's right. As a magician, I still have to challenge some difficult matters. Otherwise, I should be called a trick master and not a magician. Completing the seemingly impossible, even if the outcome is false, is the image of a magician in my heart. As for whether it's one of the rules, it still needs to be confirmed. Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table and quickly made a decision. The most difficult thing for him to save Daisy and deal with Capham was that he didn't understand him at all. He didn't know how many Beyonders were in the villa, or which pathway or sequence they belonged to. This made it impossible for Klein to make any targeted preparations. And to a magician, the first rule was, don't perform unprepared. Many of the seemingly impromptu performances actually required a certain amount of preparation. For example, long periods of practice, or a deep understanding of how to divert attention. In the name of a blessed, should I get Miss Justice to help me investigate Capham's background? Klein seriously considered the solution to the problem. But he quickly rejected this line of thought. No, I won't be able to obtain detailed information. Although Capham is a tycoon who has connections with many important figures, he's ultimately not someone who can be brought to the surface. At most, Miss Justice can find out which nobles, members of parliament, and government employees he has close ties with, but she won't be able to figure out how many Beyonders are in his villa, what traps he has set up, or what the setup is like. By following these connections and clues, Miss Justice might be able to find out what I want to know in a few weeks, but it's too slow. Saving someone is like putting out a fire. Any delay will result in a tragedy. Klein's gaze swept across the surface of the long bronze table and the corner where the junk was piled up. An idea gradually formed in his mind. On the one hand, I'll get Miss Magicians and her friend, Miss Zio, to investigate Capham's background and figure out which Beyonders he has connections with. They have good connections in Eastborough, in many gangs, and in many Beyonder circles. On the other hand, I'll do it myself. I'll get the information I want from the servants or bodyguards who come out of Capham's villa using mediumship. After finalizing the plan, Klein wasn't in a hurry to get Miss Magician's help. He decided to give it a try himself first. Only then could he get her to inquire about certain matters. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the towering palace above the gray fog. After lunch, a man wearing a grayish-black cap and a thick cotton coat carefully left through the back door of Capham's villa. He walked all the way to a crossroads and got into a rental carriage. Eastborough. He touched the dark red birthmark on his face and instructed the carriage driver. The carriage began to move, and the man looked out the window in boredom, admiring the beautiful ladies and young ladies on the street. If only I could kidnap them. The man let his imagination run wild as he revealed a regretful expression. After leaving Iris Street, he suddenly shuddered, and his eyes became slightly dazed. He knocked on the carriage wall and said to the coachman, "Stop, stop. I forgot something. That's all." The coachman didn't dare to reprimand the ferocious man. He didn't even grumble as he stopped the carriage by the side of the street and let him alight. After paying 6 pence, the man backed off a few dozen meters and entered a cheap hotel. Without the need for identification, he paid for a room. After entering, he only left the door ajar and did not lock it. Then, the man sat on the edge of the bed expressionlessly. Suddenly, a transparent and illusory figure separated from his body. It was Klein dressed as a worker. He used the method of summoning himself to transform into a spirit body and possess the man's body, allowing him to walk to a convenient place for channeling. After knocking the man unconscious, the spirit body Klein disappeared from the room. Not long after, the door was pushed open and his corporeal body walked in again. Using a wall of spirituality to seal off the area, Klein quickly set up a spirit channeling ritual, allowing the alluring scent of Amantha extract and eye of the spirit medicine to permeate the surroundings. After finishing his preparations, he was about to begin channeling when he suddenly exclaimed and stopped. He discovered that the spirit body of the unconscious man on the bed was under a mysterious and unknown restriction. If he were to forcefully channel his spirit, although there was a high chance of success, it would trigger the mark and alert a certain Beyonder. This would alert the enemy. What a strange Beyonder power! Very cautious, very careful. The matters that Capham is involved in aren't simple. Klein paced a few steps and frowned slightly. He glanced at the unconscious man and suddenly chuckled. "Do you think this will stump me?" He quickly interrupted the spirit channeling ritual and once again summoned himself and responded to himself. A few seconds later, his spirit body flew out of the candlelight and floated in the room once again. Without any hesitation, Klein, in his spirit body form, suddenly went forward and possessed the unconscious man. The man suddenly sat up and opened his eyes, looking rather dazed. He stood up and walked to the front of the altar. Then, he chanted softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Chapter 379. In a room filled with the ethereal fragrance of amantha extract and eye of the spirit potion, Capham's subordinate was controlled by the possessed Klein to constantly chant the fool's honorific name. Amidst the monotonous but rhythmic murmurs and the fragrance that made it difficult to focus, the man's soul body gradually dispersed. His entire being became muddle-headed, but he maintained a certain degree of strange lucidity, as if he was hypnotizing himself. With the help of Klein in his spirit-body form and the feedback from chanting the fool's honorific name, he slowly entered an artificial sleepwalking state. His astral projection approached the gray fog at an infinite height, approaching the mysterious place above the gray fog. Klein seized this opportunity to end the summoning, return to the towering ancient palace, and sit in the seat belonging to the fool. He saw a bright and clear light ripple out beside him, outlining the illusory figure of Capham's subordinate. And this mysterious space was affected by the ritual, and there was a slight tremor. Some of the power had been stirred and was slowly flowing. Klein picked up the Dark Emperor card and made a paper figurine appear in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the paper figurine flew out and absorbed the bit of power that had been stirred above the gray fog. It transformed into a man wearing a grayish-black cap and a thick cotton coat. He looked identical to Capham's subordinate, even his aura and feeling were identical. The paper figurine overlapped with the target's illusory figure, helping him withstand the mysterious and unknown restrictions in his spirit body. At the same time, Klein held the Dark Emperor card in his hand and emanated his spirituality, touching the illusory figure of Capham's subordinate that was outlined by the bright and clear light. This was an application of the secret deed element. Weak humans and great existences had a bit of synergy, sensing the corresponding knowledge and obtaining a wonderful spiritual experience. What was different from normal was that here Klein was playing the role of the great existence, and in this state of close synergy, the interaction was reciprocal. Humans could obtain the knowledge of the great existence, and the great existence could naturally read the desired scene by asking questions. If it wasn't for the fact that Klein didn't have the beyonder powers of the mind domain, he could have used this as a cue. "Who are the powerful figures in Capham's villa?" Klein asked through the spirituality of the interaction. The shadow transmitted the memory without any resistance, making Klein feel like he was watching a holographic movie. The man in the cap stood in the room with fear and respect. In front of him was a middle-aged gentleman wearing a black tuxedo and a white wig. This gentleman had a long, thin, and serious face. His lips were naturally pursed, giving off an unusually cold feeling. He took out a pocket watch of the same color along the golden chain, opened it and glanced at it. "Look at me." The man in the cap didn't dare disobey, as he raised his head and looked forward. "Yes, Mr. Horace." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a pair of eyes shining with a strange light and heard a commanding voice. "Keep the secret. I can't reveal anything I see or hear in this villa to anyone outside." The man in the cap shuddered inexplicably, feeling that he had to do as the other party said. He lowered his head again and said, "Yes, Mr. Horace." The man in the cap carried an unconscious girl down the stairs to the entrance of the underground area. Over there was a small room that had been partitioned off. Inside sat a bearded man whose age could not be determined. The bearded man had a pair of cold and intimidating blue eyes. He held a fine flannelette in his hand and was carefully wiping a grayish-white rifle on the table. The rifle was thick and long, and it was connected to a large mechanical box of the same color through a pipe. This was a high-pressure steam rifle. This was a military-controlled item. "Mr. Belize." The man in the cap was already prepared and bowed his head in greeting. The man in the cap entered the neatly arranged underground building that resembled a prison and locked the unconscious girl in one of the small rooms. He locked the door, returned to the corridor, and picked up the lantern he had been assigned. At that moment, he saw a figure slowly walking out from the depths of the corridor on the other end. The figure's eyes seemed to be able to see through the darkness and didn't carry any lighting devices. With the help of the lantern's light, the man in the cap discovered that it was a woman in her 30s. The woman wore a brown bonnet that was tilted up in the middle, a thin white shirt and suspender pants, and a pair of leather boots that reached her knees. There were a few old scars on her face, and the corners of her mouth always held a cruel smile. The man in the cap lowered his head in shock and fear and stammered, "I'm sorry." "Madam Katie," the woman ignored him. Step by step, she walked past him as if he was nothing but air. After the lady called Katie left, the man in the cap curled his lip. "Bitch. You'll definitely be more dissolute than a prostitute in bed." He straightened his crotch, picked up the lantern, and left the underground area. The man with the peaked cap met the two men in the magnificent hall that shone with golden light. One of them was about 1.65 meters tall and a little plump. He didn't have any special features, but his gaze always left one shuddering in fear. The other was about 1.70 meters tall and looked rather old. He had some wrinkles on his forehead, a high nose bridge, and his brown eyes were spirited. He didn't look intimidating. "Mr. Capim." The man in the cap first greeted the plump, middle-aged man before saying to the other man, "Mr. Parker." The faint light of dawn shone in as the man in the cap met the cold, middle-aged gentleman known as Mr. Horace at the entrance of the underground area. Horace, who was wearing a white wig, glanced at him, who was standing respectfully beside him. He nonchalantly stretched out his right palm and aimed it at the entrance of the underground area. Confinement. Silently, the feeling around him changed subtly. There are a total of 4 Beyonders, at least 4. The strongest should be that Mr. Horace. He's at least a sequence 6, maybe even a sequence 5. I wonder what pathway it is, but it's somewhat similar to the Black Emperor pathway. Relying on order to issue decrees? Based on the scene just now, I can roughly determine that the lockdown is only aimed at the underground area, not the entire villa. That's right. There are people coming and going during the day. Once it's sealed, it'll be too troublesome to get in and out. I wonder if it's the same at night. Klein analyzed the information he had just obtained and asked again, "What's the overall layout of the villa like?" He quickly received feedback and saw a resplendent hall, an elegant and spacious dining room, a corridor that ran through the first floor, as well as a washroom and an underground area. Through them, Klein pieced together the general layout of Capim's villa in his mind. Sensing the depletion of his spirituality, he asked one last question. Which important figures does Capim have close ties with? The scene in front of him was the resplendent hall from before. Half-naked girls were either prostrating themselves to serve alcohol to the guests, allowing them to scold and play with them, or being pulled to a secluded spot to be ravaged. They were all young, and their expressions were pained and numb. If they were slightly slow or not enthusiastic enough, Capim's attendants or maids would whip them. These servants witnessed the sinful scene, but they didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. They fought to be the first to express themselves in an attempt to gain praise. Among the guests, Klein saw Capim, the cold Mr. Horace, a member of Parliament of the House of Commons who often appeared in the newspapers, and a fat man who was addressed as Deputy Inspector General. That's a Deputy Inspector General of the Bakeland Police Department? That's one of the higher-ups of the police department. None of those servants are good. That's right, the people in the villa must have been screened and trusted. Klein rubbed his forehead and stopped the intimate state. The man in the cap was only a minor leader, so that was all he could know or participate in. And up to this point, the mysterious and unknown restriction still hadn't been touched. Klein ended the ritual and made the man's figure disappear above the gray fog. He then returned to the real world. In the ethereal and illusory room, he sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the man in the cap who was unconscious on the ground. Based on the information he had just obtained, he analyzed the feasibility of the performance and thought of one plan after another. Finally, Klein came up with a certain idea and muttered to himself, "Perhaps I don't need any help. Helpers will only drag me down, making it inconvenient for me to escape when I'm in danger. I have to choose the timing well. It's very important." Nearly 50 minutes later, the man in the black and gray cap appeared in East Borough and headed straight for the streets controlled by the Zmanger gang. Just as he saw a few dark-skinned, thin, and fierce-looking Highlanders, he immediately approached them and pretended not to look where he was going. He bumped into one of them. "Damn it! You bunch of trash!" The man in the cap cursed loudly and threw a punch at the other party. The Highlanders, who loved to fight to begin with, didn't back down and engaged him in a brawl. During this process, the man in the cap pulled out his dagger, and the Highlanders also drew their weapons. Splat! In the midst of the battle, a dagger stabbed into the man's neck in time, hitting his artery. The man in the cap collapsed, bright red blood splattering around his head. He quickly lost his life, and the illusory, transparent figure in his body disappeared. Klein returned above the gray fog and used it as a springboard to re-enter his body. He opened his eyes in a cheap hotel in Sherwood Borough. He cleaned up the remaining traces and checked out of the room at the front desk. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein once again went above the gray fog. He wanted to divine a simple but crucial piece of information. He picked up a pen and wrote a line of words. Chapter 380. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein picked up the piece of paper with the divination statement on it and leaned back in his chair. His lips quivered as he softly chanted, "Capim's dinner time today," over and over again. These words reverberated above the silent and empty gray fog. Klein's eyes quickly darkened as he slowly lowered his eyelids. In the fragmented dream, he saw the spacious and elegant dining room. He saw the golden-laid porcelain cutlery, caviar, roasted chicken, stewed lamb, fried ox-eye meat, deep-fried dragon-bone fish, cream soup, and other food. The food was placed in front of the diners in a certain order and according to a certain requirement. Among them were the slightly plump Capim, the middle-aged gentleman wearing a white headgear, Horace, Katie, who was only wearing a thin shirt, and Parker, who looked rather old and didn't look intimidating. And looking out from the end of the dining table, one could see a beautifully decorated glass window. The clouds outside were sparse, and the crimson moon could be vaguely seen in the sky. Klein opened his eyes and marked the location of the moon in the dream. Then, based on his knowledge of astrology, he quickly calculated the corresponding approximate time. "Looks like it's 7:30 to 7:45. Considering that Capim and the others are already halfway through their meal, I can set it back another 15 minutes. This way, 7:30 is a better choice," Klein muttered to himself as he interpreted the revelation given by dream divination. It wasn't rare to have dinner at 7:30. This was even the norm in the Kingdom of Rouen, and even in the northern continent. This was because many middle-class people lived in the suburbs, either due to environmental concerns or because of the cheap rent. They had to take the short-distance steam locomotive to and from the city to work every day, and by the time they returned home, it would often be after 7 in the evening. Therefore, 7:30 to 8 o'clock was the normal time for dinner. Klein had such an experience when he was in Tingen City, but that was because he didn't have servants or a full-time wife. When the three siblings returned home, they had to busy themselves for a while before they could enjoy hot food. It wasn't because of the distance to work. This was the reason why commoners and the poor often had dinner from 7:30 to 8 o'clock. And due to the distance between lunch and dinner, afternoon tea, which belonged to the upper class, gradually became popular among the middle class and commoners. After interpreting it, Klein recalled the revelation he had just received and keenly noticed a problem. Where were Capim's wife and children? They didn't appear in the dining room. Could it be that Capim is an extreme believer of the Lord of Storms, and women and children have to eat in the living room? Or was there another reason? Or was Capim not married and had no children? He's already a middle-aged man. Klein attempted a divination but failed to obtain any effective revelations, so he could only give up. 7:30. He repeated the time and then returned to the real world. In the evening, Capim, who wore a formal bow tie even at home, narrowed his eyes and looked at his subordinate in front of him. "Fabian is dead?" "Yes, boss." Even though he had been Capim's accomplice for many years, the subordinate was still a little afraid and terrified. "Odysseus, sir, in a few years, sir." Capim tugged at his bow tie and pretended to handle the thick cigar leisurely. "When did Fabian die? How did he die?" "This afternoon. I sent him to Eastborough to do something, but he got into a conflict with the Zmanger gang and was stabbed in the neck," Odysseus described with a trembling voice. Capim roasted his cigar and said in an unperturbed tone, "That's right. Fabian is such an idiot. But how could the Zmanger gang not know that he's an idiot working for me?" "Sir, as you know, there are often Highlanders coming to the East Sector to join the Zmanger gang. They are barbaric and reckless, and they don't care who is who," Oz quickly explained. Capim snorted. "Have they forgotten that this is not a plateau? Or have you forgotten me, Capim? Odysseus, I want the body of the leader of the Zmanger gang. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll sink your wife and children with you into the Tussock River." "Sir, there's no problem." Otis immediately raised his voice. "Then," he asked in a low voice, "who can I mobilize?" Capim was about to answer when the door was suddenly pushed open, and Horace, a middle-aged gentleman wearing a white wig, walked in. He coldly glanced at Odysseus before shifting his gaze to Capim. "I heard that one of your men had a conflict with a gang in Eastborough and died?" "Yes, Mr. Horace." Capim stood up with a cigar in hand. Horace stared into Capim's eyes. "You want to take revenge on them?" Capim's forehead suddenly beaded with sweat. No, Mr. Horace. You misunderstand." Horace nodded slightly and said, "You have to remember that during critical periods, we should try not to cause trouble unless necessary." He paused for a second and observed Capim's reaction. "You're not the only human trafficker in Bakeland. We can support you, but we can also support others. You have to remember this. Back then, I chose you because you were vicious, shameless, and abnormally cautious. It's not because you're already the biggest human trafficker." Listening to the conversation between the two, Odysseus wished he was just a mass of air. That way, he wouldn't be able to see Boss Capim's lowly appearance. Capim didn't show any signs of anger on his face as he smiled obsequiously. "Mr. Horace, I'm mainly worried that Fabian's death isn't that simple. It might disrupt your plans." "No, there's nothing wrong with his death," Horace said in a firm tone. "I didn't receive any feedback." "Is that so?" Capim pretended to be relieved. "Then I'm relieved." He glanced at Odysseus and gestured for him to leave. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Horace, the goods this time have the type you like." Seeing that Horace's expression had relaxed but he didn't say anything, Capim hurriedly added, "Everything that was sent over has been gathered." Horace nodded slowly. "Have her come to my room at night." "Yes, Mr. Horace," Capim said with a face full of smiles. After watching Horace leave, his face turned gloomy. He took a deep breath and whispered, "Don't worry." He took a deep breath and whispered, "I hope you can keep your promise this time. I don't want to be involved in such matters again." He clearly remembered that during the harvest festival that year, someone had approached him, hoping to obtain a batch of naive girls. From that day onwards, the trajectory of his life changed drastically, and he even bought a fifth of the slave trade that had gone underground due to the law's prohibition. He quickly became one of the more famous tycoons in Bakeland, got to know many important figures, and pulled them into the abyss of depravity. At this point, He desperately wanted to cover up his past sins, wanting to baptize Capim once again and become a true member of high society. However, he was temporarily unable to do so. Looking at the cigar in his hand, Capim picked up the photo frame on the table. Inside was a photo of him with a beautiful woman and 2 children. Stroking the surface of the photo frame with his thumb, Capim narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, "After this, you should be able to return." At dinner time, Capim walked out of the study with a warm smile on his face once again. "Ma, Katie, there's caviar you like tonight, as well as roasted chicken specially prepared for you," he said to the lady in a thin shirt. Katie touched the old scars on her face and didn't say a word. All she did was nod gently. Capim knew that she had a silent and fierce personality, so he didn't waste his breath and watched her take her seat. Right on the heels of that, Horace, wearing a white wig, entered the dining room and nodded slightly at every diner. The older-looking Parker took a sip of his aperitif and smiled as he gestured for Capim to sit down. White napkins were spread out, and the food was served one by one. Capim raised his glass and chuckled. "Holy Lord of Storms, let us toast to a beautiful future." "Cheers to a beautiful future," Parker replied. Horace didn't say a word. All he did was pinch the stem of his glass and raise it. Katie completely ignored them. At this moment, the classical clock hanging in the hall had just reached 7:23. In a cheap hotel in the Bakeland Bridge area, the disguised Klein took out his golden pocket watch and checked the time. Then, he took out holy night powder and sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. After doing all this, he quickly set up the altar and began the ritual. In my name, I summon the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." After the ritual was completed, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog, ready to respond to himself. In the towering and solemn palace, he saw the door of summoning condensed from ripples of light. It was an illusory door covered in mysterious symbols. Klein wasn't in a hurry to be summoned. Instead, he followed the plan and stored the mystical items like the brooch of the sun into his spirit body. Finally, he picked up the Dark Emperor card and let his spirit body envelop it. Suddenly, Klein felt his spirit body materialize as though it had flesh and blood. It was as though he could pick up a pistol and move tables and chairs. A dark, illusory fog emanated around him, and the fog stuck to his surface, forming a dignified armor. A pitch-black crown appeared on his head, and a cloak of the same color appeared on his back. At this moment, Klein was like an emperor about to embark on a journey. Dark Emperor. He took one last look at the purifying bullets, revolver, and other items that he didn't bring with him. With a step, he entered the crack in the illusory door. After leaping out of the candlelight, he immediately flew quickly under the cover of the night towards Capim's villa on Iris Street in Sherwood Borough. Not long after, he floated in front of the artificial fountain and approached the villa's entrance at an unhurried speed. The patrolling guards passed by him, but they didn't react at all. As it wasn't truly night yet, there were no Beyonders guarding outside. In addition, Klein wasn't afraid that the powerful Beyonders inside would notice him in advance and have a premonition. Chapter 381. Wearing a pitch-black crown and covered in dense armor, Klein stood at the door, adjusted himself for a few seconds, and took a step forward. His seemingly corporeal body silently passed through the door and entered Capim's villa. The first thing that appeared in front of him was a spacious foyer with many chairs and coat racks. Behind it was a magnificent hall with a golden theme. There was no ceiling, and one could directly see the dome that reached 3 stories high. A huge crystal chandelier hung down, and on each petal stood a white candle. To the left of the hall, through a heavy door, was an elegant and tasteful dining room. The aroma of roasted meat was the strongest inside, masking the smell of alcohol and other food. Klein wasn't in a hurry to sneak into the dining room. He first circled around the outside, occasionally reaching out to pull the grayish-white gas pipe. It was as if he was experimenting with the strength of his spirit body with the Dark Emperor card, as well as how strong the interference it had on real matter. During his seer and clown period, apart from divination and intuition, Klein's spirit body state only had two spell-like abilities. They were a direct attack on the soul and a freezing effect on the target through contact. After advancing to a magician, he didn't rely on his physical body's beyonder powers, and he could also use them in his spirit body state, such as paper figurine substitutes and air bullet. In addition, he began to possess others and complete preliminary control. And with the augmentation of the Dark Emperor card, his spirit body's strength increased, and he could carry more matter. The spell-like ability that directly attacked the soul evolved into Wraith Shriek. With sound waves that humans couldn't hear, he could damage the souls of all living beings within a certain range, which was also a soul body. Similarly, the freezing effect brought about by contact was significantly enhanced. After confirming it, he found the wall in the corner, passed through it, and entered the dining room. Then, he suppressed all his thoughts and swept his gaze across the long table without any emotion. Horace, who was wearing a white wig, Katie, who was wearing a thin shirt, Parker, who looked old and was drinking red wine, as well as the slightly plump Capum, who was cutting the beef eye meat, entered his line of sight. Klein didn't dare to look any further, afraid that the Beyonders would discover him through their spiritual perception. With the help of the spiritual brilliance of the male and female servants standing at the side, which was the color of the aura, he carefully circled the dining room and figured out the specific layout. For example, the size of the dining room was equivalent to the living room, dining room, and living room of his residence. For example, there was a fireplace that was burning with charcoal, and it spread warmth throughout the entire room through pipe. For example, there were 16 elegant gas lamps in the surroundings. Their light intertwined, bringing the feeling of daytime. For example, on the wall beside the fireplace, there were picture frames hanging. There were sketches and oil paintings, all of which were the works of famous artists. That bearded Belize isn't here. He should be taking turns guarding the entrance to the underground area. For a Beyonder to be willing to do such a chore, Capum's involvement definitely isn't as simple as human trafficking. Klein thought for a few seconds and leaned against an oil painting of a sunset. He reached into his body and unscrewed the lid of the brown translucent bottle. This was a biological poison bottle. The reason why he paid attention to the timing and chose dinner time to come was because at this moment, the main characters were the most gathered, and it was the most orderly. It was the best time to use the biological poison bottle, and the tightly shut doors and windows in early winter would allow the biological poison bottle to take effect faster and more effectively. In addition, Klein hadn't used the biological poison bottle to soak it in water to make a preventative before coming. He was now in his spirit body state, so he wasn't afraid of biological poison at all. With the help of his spirit body's concealment, he stood there quietly, patiently admiring the elegant wall lamps that were connected to the grayish-white gas pipes. As the colorless and odorless poison quickly spread out, Horace, who was wearing a white wig, cut a piece of fried dragonbone fish that only had a main bone, dipped it in black pepper juice, and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he picked up the light golden champagne that was bubbling like a string of beads and took a sip in a good mood. He couldn't help but fantasize about the evening's entertainment program, the joy of a stubborn girl being conquered by him. This reduced his appetite and made it impossible for him to focus. Katie didn't get her servant to help her cut the roasted chicken. She had her head buried, holding a knife and fork. With a precise dissection style, she quickly divided the food into many pieces, all of which were about the same size. Parker tasted the red wine and ate the lamb stew. From time to time, he would chat with Capum, who was sitting at the head of the table. He could be considered the most competent guest here. Dinner proceeded in an orderly manner, and Capum placed the last piece of ox eye meat into his mouth. He smiled at the three beyonders. Mr. Horace, Ma am Katy, Mr. Parker, tonight's dessert comes from the head chef of Lepore Restaurant. There are a total of 3 desserts: fruit caramel pudding, butter shortcake, and carrot cake. Horace, who was always cold, nodded gently. Our country loves desserts so much. Just as he finished sighing with emotion, he saw Cap'n raise his hand to scratch his cheek before scratching it again. It's a little itchy. Cap'n smiled apologetically. Before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't help but scratch again, leaving behind an obvious bloody mark. The bloody mark quickly swelled up, and the skin turned translucent. One could vaguely see the pale yellow liquid inside. It's really a little itchy. Cap'n smiled again. He scratched the same spot again, and due to using too much force, the swollen translucent skin split open, and pus with a fishy smell spewed out. Horace narrowed his eyes, stood up abruptly, and looked around warily. Ha! Ha 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 ha! At this moment, he heard exaggerated laughter, and his body suddenly tensed up. He saw a man and a woman holding their bellies and laughing so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. They laughed so hard that tears flowed out of their eyes, and the room fell silent. As if it was a chain reaction, some of the other servants fainted, while others kept vomiting, spitting out a yellowish-green liquid. They couldn't stop vomiting. None of them were spared. Bang! Katy flipped the dining table, causing the gold-inlaid cutlery and the remaining food and wine to spill all over the floor. A revolver and a black whip appeared in her hands. Parker stood up as well, but his mind was a little absent-minded. He looked at Cap'n, who was screaming for help while constantly clawing at him, tearing off a few strips of flesh. For some reason, he felt that Cap'n's ugly and disgusting appearance was now somewhat handsome. At this moment, Horace realized that he couldn't breathe, and he instantly realized that the entire room was probably filled with poison. He growled in a low voice, "Hold your breath. Parker, open the door. Katy, follow me to find the intruder." At this moment, Horace was extremely glad that he was having dinner with Cap'n, and that there were many waiters around. These ordinary people's resistance to poison was far inferior to that of beyonders. They had shown signs in advance, allowing him and the others to notice that something was wrong before the poison had even spread too deep. Parker, who's the lowest of the sequences, should be the one with the most severe symptoms among us. This thought suddenly flashed through Horace's mind. Creak! As Parker opened the door, the dining room was no longer sealed off. Using his spirit vision, Horace discovered an illusory figure that was quietly wandering around. The figure wore thick and dignified black armor, a pitch-black crown on its head, and a mask of the same color that covered its face. It looked like a king from the spirit world. It was none other than Klein. Horace raised his right hand and pointed at the black figure that couldn't be seen by ordinary people. He chanted a word in ancient Hermes, "Imprison!" Suddenly, the black figure's surroundings turned sticky, as though it had formed a gigantic amber, or a sealed, transparent wall. The figure froze there, unable to move at all. As for Katy, she had already aimed and pulled the trigger. Their cooperation was rather tacit. With 2 bangs, a pale gold bullet painted with strange patterns pierced through the sticky air and hit the black figure. The bullet drilled through and hit the opposite wall. The black figure spontaneously combusted. It was a crudely cut paper figurine. In the pale golden flames, the paper figurine quickly turned into ashes. But a strange, crisp sound erupted. The light from the 16 elegant gas wall lamps and the quietly burning fire in the fireplace suddenly brightened, illuminating Horace, Katy, and Parker's eyes for a brief moment with a fiery red. Following that, all the flames were extinguished, leaving only the street lamps outside the window that were as tall as a person and the crimson moonlight that pierced through the clouds, silently illuminating the dining room, making it appear abnormally dark. Once again, Horace and company relied on their spirit vision and spiritual perception to search for the ghost-like intruder. At the same time, he realized that the poison wasn't taking effect very quickly. It didn't seem like it would really take effect before finishing off the enemy. Therefore, as he paid attention to the movements at the entrance of the underground area, he pointed at the door again and said in a deep voice in ancient Hermes, "Imprison!" The entire dining room suddenly froze, as though there was an invisible wall that even spirit bodies couldn't penetrate. Horace wanted the intruder to not be able to escape. "Found you!" Katie held a revolver in one hand and a whip in the other when she discovered the black figure floating in midair. A strange glint flashed in her eyes, but before she could attack, her mind buzzed, as though someone had struck her in the head with a wooden stick. She felt like she had encountered an indescribable scream, and a few drops of sticky blood slowly dripped down from the tip of her nose. Horace only felt a little dizzy, and the symptoms of his shortness of breath worsened. Parker, who was the weakest, was seeing stars, and his footsteps became unsteady. Suddenly, Parker's shoulder was patted by someone. A cold feeling surged over him, and he immediately froze on the spot, as though he was completely covered in frost. The low temperature seeped into his bones, and a familiar deep voice sounded in his ears. "Imprison!" Parker was instantly trapped by the transparent wall by the door, but Klein didn't possess him. He directly passed through it and avoided the effects of Horace's spell in time. Horace narrowed his eyes and flicked his right hand. Chapter 382. The invisible prison around Parker immediately collapsed, leaving not a trace of it behind. However, he didn't regain his ability to move. Instead, he slumped to the ground, constantly shivering as if he was still frozen. This wasn't only the aftereffects of the ghost's touch, but also the effects of Klein directly penetrating his body and damaging his soul. Parker, who was only a sequence 8, naturally wasn't able to recover in a short period of time. He couldn't even control his breathing, and he once again inhaled large amounts of the same biological poison as the one in his body. In his weakened state, the effects of the poison accelerated, and his eyes went blank as he instinctively turned in another direction. He saw Capim, who was also rolling on the ground, constantly scratching his face and body. He saw the strands of flesh hanging beside the bloodstains, and the white color of his bones. Parker panted heavily as he struggled to crawl over. Capim, who was itching to tear off his outer layer of skin, suddenly realized that Parker was crawling over with bloodshot eyes. An ominous feeling flashed in his heart, but he, who couldn't stop scratching, had no way to dodge. He didn't even have the strength to shout no. All he could do was scream in place of it. At this moment Klein, who had escaped the imprisonment, shouted the word holy in ancient Hermes. Then, he rubbed his fingers, and as the dark golden sun brooch shimmered, he shot out an air bullet. As soon as the air bullet took shape, it was dyed with a holy luster as it headed straight for Horace's face. This was the holy oath provided by the sun brooch, and Klein had added holy damage. Horace had long changed his position, and his movements were abnormally agile. He didn't look like a mage, but more like a combat expert. As he dodged Klein's air bullet, he gestured for Katie to brandish her whip and entangle him. When Klein's attacks were interrupted and no longer continued, he took out an iron-black metal glove from his pocket and attempted to put it on his left hand. In his spirit body state, even though Klein was facing Horace from the side, he didn't need to use the corner of his eye to see this scene. He immediately flew up, avoided Katie's whip, flew over the chandelier, and lunged at Horace. When Horace saw this scene, he held the iron-black metal glove and pointed diagonally upward. Exile. Klein immediately encountered a majestic and invisible force. His entire spirit body was sent flying and slammed into the wall. He slammed into the invisible wall created by confinement, but he didn't penetrate it. Seizing this opportunity, Horace put on the iron-black metal glove. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have grown a little taller. He was so dignified that he seemed like a great person who could control the lives of others. The moment Klein was freed from the state of exile, he was overwhelmed by an unreasonable fear. He couldn't help but want to lower his head and crouch on the ground. He wanted to listen to the guy's every word and obey his every command. His movements became rather sluggish. His pupils were filled with Lady Katy, who was approaching at high speed. But Katy lashed out with her black whip and accurately struck Klein. The whip passed through his spirit body, but it brought Klein considerable pain to his mind. It was as if someone had pressed a red-hot iron on his weakest spot. He suddenly raised his head and let out a miserable scream. Katy pulled the revolver in her other hand. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets with a pale golden glow shot out one after another, hitting Klein's body. A bright and clear light soared, and the black-armored figure quickly became thin, turning into a paper man. Then, it was quickly burned to ashes. Klein appeared in a dark corner as the brooch of sun in his spirit body suffused a dark golden glow. A warm power instantly filled his body, and the extreme fear that Horace brought him quickly disappeared. One of the effects of the brooch of sun, fear immunity. In just a few dozen seconds of battle, Klein had been forced to use paper figurine substitutes twice. Although he had done it on purpose, it was enough to show the combined strength of Horace and Katy. It confirmed the results of Klein's divination. This operation was rather dangerous. If Parker hadn't been temporarily crippled by the effects of the biological poison bottle and his initial surprise attack, the situation would have been even more dangerous, and his plan was to rationally give up if the 4 paper figurines he had prepared were used up, but the opportunity didn't appear. It wasn't that Klein didn't want to prepare more substitutes, but that his spirituality could only support him 4 times outside of battle. As for the confinement effect created by Horace, Klein wasn't worried at all. He was now a spirit body that had been summoned. As long as he ended the summoning, he could immediately return above the gray fog. Unless it was the interference of a deity-level power, or some special Grade 0 or Grade 1 sealed artifact, there was no way to interrupt this process. Previously, when Klein went to the Royal Museum to steal the Dark Emperor card, the woman who was suspected to be a high-sequence Beyonder had failed to stop him from leaving. This was also the main reason why Klein dared to attempt to help despite knowing the danger, and why he dared to challenge the impossible. It was also his greatest reliance. Seeing that the enemy was no longer afraid, Horace, who was wearing an iron-black glove, gestured for Katy to stop Klein again. He pointed ahead and solemnly said, "Spectres and wraiths are forbidden here." Klein's body, which was covered in black armor, immediately swayed as he was forcefully repelled by an invisible force. However, the Dark Emperor card's level was extremely high, allowing the spirit body's level to be relatively high as well. This direct effect on existences was quickly suppressed. Horace narrowed his eyes, finding the attacking spectre very odd. He saw that Klein had easily escaped Katy's entanglement by flying, so he pushed his palm forward again and announced in ancient Hermes, "Flying and floating are forbidden here." Suddenly, Klein felt his body turn heavy as he plummeted to the ground from midair. Katy took a few steps forward and rushed over. With a shake of her wrist, she pulled out the whip that interrogated the mind and soul. She still had quite a number of Beyonder bullets on her, but there were less than 3 that could be used against specters and wraith. Therefore, she temporarily gave up on using her revolver and only relied on her offhand weapon. Klein skillfully curled his body and rolled on the ground, nimbly dodging Katy's whip. He heard the crisp sound of the whip striking the ground. Just as Katy was about to sweep her whip, her throat suddenly itched. She coughed twice and missed the opportunity to attack continuously. This was a sign of the poison she had been inflicted with. Horace took a deep breath and held his breath again. He turned his wrist back and pointed at himself. Punishment targets, wraiths and specters. The surface of his body immediately emitted a radiance that resembled the first rays of dawn. Even his fists flickered with a clear luster. Thud! The marble beneath Horace's feet silently cracked. His tall and thin body pounced forward quickly and fiercely, instantly appearing in front of Klein. At this moment, he was even more like a knight than Katie. Bang! He threw a punch forward, causing the air to explode. However, Klein retreated ahead of time and dodged it with the wind. Puff! Katie assisted from the side, brandishing her whip and lashing it at the spot where the enemy was dodging. This forced Klein to roll again and adopt a guerrilla fighting stance. He was also constantly paying attention to avoid Horace's imprisonment spell. Bang! 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 Horace continuously attacked while Katie assisted from the side. In less than 2 minutes, he forced Klein into a situation where he had nowhere to hide. Even rolling was of no use. Puff! Katie's black whip came lashing at him. Klein only had time to take a diagonal step before he was struck in the arm. The pain that pierced his mind attacked his soul once again, causing him to stiffen on the spot. Even his spirit body thinned. Seizing this opportunity, Horace clenched his left fist and solemnly declared, "Die!" His body immediately fused with some strange power, leaving behind an obvious afterimage as he slammed into Klein. Rip! The figure covered in black armor instantly shattered, turning into pieces of paper that fluttered like butterflies. Klein had used the third paper figurine. Horace swept his gaze and quickly locked onto the enemy that had appeared in the corner. He sneered and said, "I see that you still have a few body doubles." In the process of searching for the enemy, he had already discovered that Parker was squirming on Capham's body. The scene was bloody and disgusting. It was unbearable to look at, cruel and horrifying. However, Horace couldn't be bothered to save his subordinate. He knew very well that the poisoning would only worsen. He had to kill the enemy as soon as possible, so he couldn't afford to be distracted. If he didn't do this, he might leave the restaurant first and ease the poison, allowing the enemy to escape successfully without obtaining any useful information. He gestured for Katie to step forward again to hold back Klein, who couldn't fly or float, while he took a deep breath and calmed down. "There's a strange smell in the air. This should be a sign that the poison is increasing." A thought flashed through Horace's mind, but he didn't think too much about it. He raised his left palm and solemnly declared, "Trespassing into another's home is a crime." Trespassing. When he repeated it a second time, Horace found it harder to breathe. For a moment, he couldn't catch his breath, so he had no choice but to stop. He took another deep breath, adjusted his state of mind and said again, "Don't worry. Trespassing into another's home is a crime." He repeated it 3 times in a row, and Klein, who was unable to escape Katie's entanglement, felt an inexplicable chill. Cough, cough, cough. Katie coughed again, and her whip lashing slowed down. Klein took the opportunity to escape her entanglement, but he didn't attack her. Instead, he raised his head, opened his mouth, and let out a sharp whistle that humans couldn't hear. Hum. Katie raised her head and swayed her body, feeling the ground undulate. Horace only felt a slight dizziness before he returned to normal. He looked coldly at Klein and said in a dignified voice, "The sinner shall be restrained." Klein, who was about to pounce at him, suddenly realized that his feet seemed to be shackled by invisible shackles. His movements turned stiff. Katie, who had just recovered, opened the revolver and quickly removed the used and unused bullets from the gun. Following that, she took out a quick loader and stuffed 6 bullets, including the remaining purified bullets, into the magazine. Horace clenched his left fist and began to prepare an attack. He wanted to form an echelon with Katie's shooting, in order to completely finish off the enemy or exhaust his double. At this moment, Klein, who was covered in black armor, smiled. This was because the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. He knew that it would take a certain amount of time for the biological poison bottle to have a good effect, and Beyonders would be able to sense that something was amiss the moment there were any signs and take the corresponding actions. They could either search for hidden enemies or escape from the poison-filled environment. It was very difficult to heavily injure them or even finish them off. Therefore, he had two other reasons for using the biological poison bottle. First, to weaken the enemy. Second, to conceal some of the scents, so that Horace and the others would attribute all the abnormal smells to the poison that permeated the air, allowing them to focus their attention on this aspect. This was the most important part of the magic show, and it was also the key to success or failure. That abnormal smell was the smell of gas. It was the smell of gas. The reason why Klein wanted to instantly light up the gas lamp and the fire in the fireplace and extinguish them was not only to interfere with Horace and the others' line of sight, but also to attract their attention so that he could destroy a few hidden gas pipes. He had deliberately put himself in danger in the beginning to trick Katie into shooting at the wraiths and specters, so that she wouldn't shoot blindly in the future and wouldn't trigger the corresponding changes. He had been entangled with her all this while, not making any other attempts, just to wait for the air to be filled with gas. Therefore, he had been holding back and not using flaming jump or flame controlling. As for Horace's act of confining the room, he had expected it, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Therefore, before he entered the dining hall, he had kindly checked to see if the doors and windows were closed and destroyed the gas pipes in a hidden spot in the hall, forming a huge bomb inside and outside. Even without confinement, it wouldn't affect anything in the end. And as a specter, there was no doubt that Klein wasn't afraid of explosions. Low-level ghosts would be incinerated by the flames, but specters would at most be injured. This was the reason why Klein had bought purifying bullets and the brooch of sun even though he could control flames. Seeing Katie raise her revolver and about to shoot, and seeing Horace about to pronounce him dead, Klein smiled and snapped his fingers. Horace suddenly had a premonition of danger. But at this moment, he saw a flame light up in the fireplace to the side and suddenly ignite the surrounding air. Boom! With a loud bang, Horace's eyes were completely occupied by the flames that filled the room, as though he was watching a grand fireworks display. Chapter 383. Capcom lay flat on the ground, itching and in pain. He wished he could tear himself apart on the spot to escape this hellish pain. Then, he saw the scarlet waves of flames instantly spread over and heard a deafening explosion. He thought that this last moment would be long, and that he would recall all the beautiful scenes when his wife and children were by his side. He thought that he would feel relieved because he wouldn't have to endure this inhuman torture anymore. But at that moment, extreme fear still surged out from the bottom of his heart, and a strong desire to live surged out. Moreover, the so-called memories didn't even have the time to flash before his mind was already filled with intense pain, and then he fell into a deep darkness. Boom! The windows of the dining room were shattered and sent flying, accompanied by countless bricks and rubble and flames that were clearly rolling out of the room. The guards who happened to be patrolling this area were instantly knocked over. Those who were lucky enough not to be hit had their ears ringing as their bodies swayed and fell. They saw that most of the dining hall's outer walls had collapsed, and the flames seemed to be floating in midair. The citizens of the entire street and the police officers in charge of the surrounding area heard the loud bang at the same time, and they were momentarily puzzled and terrified. Inside the dining hall, Klein, who was covered in black armor and a pitch-black crown, stood there, bathing in the scarlet flames and enjoying the powerful shockwaves. He remained unmoved. Much of the black gas around him had melted, and his spirit body had also suffered some damage, but it wasn't serious. Beside the overturned dining table, Parker and Capcom had been knocked into a corner. Their heads were dented and cracked, and their bodies were charred black. Flames were still burning quietly on their surfaces, similar to the rest of the servants. In the area opposite the fireplace, Katie, who hadn't been able to dodge in time, was thrown heavily against the wall before sliding to the ground. Her body was a bloody mess, mixed with a large number of charred marks. There wasn't a single patch of skin that was intact. She wasn't dead yet, but she was seriously injured and unconscious. But even so, she was still convulsing and coughing as she inhaled large amounts of the floating flames. The black whip had also suffered damage. Many cracks had appeared on it, and some of it had been ignited. As for the beyonder bullets she had, none of them were spared from the explosion. Katie no longer had any combat strength. Horace rolled in time to protect his vitals, but his body was still covered in blood and charred black. He staggered to his feet, his back, hair cover, and legs burning with scarlet flames. His breathing became more and more difficult. His body had suffered serious injuries. However, this was enough to prove the sturdiness of his body and the strength of his physique. In other words, after wearing the black iron glove, his body was sturdy enough and his physique was strong enough. However, this was also within Klein's expectations. In a situation where he was unable to estimate how much damage his target could take, he would overestimate his target's constitution when he came up with a plan. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Klein was almost unscathed. His pupils constricted as he hurriedly extended his left palm and pointed in that direction. Exile. Once again, Klein could not bear it and was pushed away. Like a piece of paper in a hurricane, he was thrown out of the dining room. The hall outside had been set ablaze for a moment, and the fire was much smaller. Another wave of disaster was brewing from the wooden stairs. However, because the main body of the explosion was confined in the dining room, the damage here was not serious. Seizing this opportunity, Horace suddenly turned around and ran outside without looking back. Even though the flames covering his body were still burning, he didn't waste any time dealing with them. He knew that his condition was extremely bad and that he was in danger of losing control. The effects of the poison would soon reach its peak, and with the two added together, he didn't believe that he had any chance of defeating the intruder. Even if he had the help of Sequence 7 Belize at the entrance to the underground area, it would still be the same. If he continued fighting like this, Horace believed that he would only end up with the poison acting up or losing control due to serious injuries. Once he decided to escape, he didn't care about Katie, who was still alive. When Klein, who had just stabilized his body under the effects of exile, saw this scene, he immediately raised his head slightly, opened his mouth, and let out a shrill scream that humans could not hear. Horace felt dizzy, and his footsteps came to a halt. Dense transparent blisters grew on the surface of his body, which was a sign that he was about to lose control. However, he quickly recovered and continued running, escaping the lawn that belonged to the villa. How difficult to kill! To avoid any accidents, Klein didn't chase after him. He remembered that his goal was to save people, not to clean up these fallen beyonders. More importantly, he had expended a lot of energy, and he had suffered considerable injuries. If he were to chase after him, he might not be able to withstand Horace's crazy counterattack. But Klein snapped his fingers and shot out an air bullet. The bullet entered Katie's head, ending all her suffering. Immediately after, Klein turned around and flew towards the entrance to the underground area. The bearded Belize had been paying attention to the commotion outside, but he didn't dare to leave his post, afraid that the intruder's accomplices would take the opportunity to break into the dungeon. At that moment, he, who was holding a high-pressure steam rifle and had his spirit vision activated, was frightened by the loud bang, and he became abnormally tense. Then, he saw the majestic ghost flying over, and without hesitation, he raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! White smoke spewed out from the barrel, and a sharp pale gold bullet shot forward at an astonishing speed. Klein was already prepared and had an intuition. Before Belize fired, he had already made a small arc. The bullet passed through the hall, pierced through the main door, and flew outside. At the same time, Belize rushed out of the duty room, holding a high-pressure steam rifle and assuming a threatening posture as he quickly moved towards the door. He believed that the intruder, who could deal with the combined forces of Horace, Katie, and Parker, would definitely be able to easily kill him. Furthermore, the huge commotion just now would definitely attract attention. Perhaps the mandated punishers would come to investigate, so the only choice was run. Klein let out another invisible scream, making the other party feel as if he had been struck by a hammer. Countless stars danced in front of his eyes, and a few drops of blood flowed from his nose. However, this didn't stop Belize from escaping. After shooting at Klein, he had already run into the hall and tumbled towards the door. After some deliberation, Klein gave up on chasing and fighting. He turned off the main valve, went to the entrance to the underground area, and snapped his fingers. Bang! 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 Air bullets hit the invisible wall, gradually disintegrating the confinement. This was also one of the reasons why Klein dared to cause a gas explosion and use the biological poison bottle. With Horace's confinement effect on the underground prison, he didn't have to worry about accidentally injuring the pitiful girls as long as he didn't attack them head-on. He destroyed the door lock and flew into the dungeon. Based on the revelation given by the divination scene, he found the cell where Daisy was imprisoned. He then confirmed that she hadn't suffered any serious injuries and still had the ability to move. Then, his body turned incorporeal and melted into the metal door. Clang! 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 The metal doors on one side opened rapidly, as if invisible ghosts were running to unlock them. Clang! 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 After one side was done, it was the other side's turn. Daisy and the other girls were first alarmed by the explosion outside. After a while, they were surprised to find that the cell door had opened for some reason, but no one had entered. It was as if they could leave at any time. Some of the girls, who had just been kidnapped and hadn't received any training, mustered up their courage and went out. They ran all the way to the exit of the underground area. They passed through the hall that had been slightly damaged by the explosion, left the villa that was burning up, and ran in the direction of freedom with increasing urgency. Only when they reached the street did Daisy and the other girls remember to look back. As they looked back, they could vaguely see a dignified figure dressed in black armor and wearing a black crown standing at the top of the evil house. Whoosh! The cloak on the figure's back fluttered silently. They memorized this scene and searched for the nearby cathedral in distrust of the police. Klein returned to the dining room that was filled with flames and smoke. He discovered that Parker and Katie's Beyonder characteristics were showing signs of seeping out. He checked the items they carried and confirmed that most of them had been destroyed. Even the banknotes were charred black and brittle. Klein suddenly jumped up and went to the second and third floors. He quickly patrolled the area, hoping to find the corresponding clues. He didn't attempt to mediate the spirit because there wasn't enough time, and bringing it above the gray fog didn't meet the requirements for his curtain call. Even a minor leader is required to keep it a secret, so these important figures definitely have the corresponding restrictions. They can't be mediated just because they want to, and the previous operation was too complicated and troublesome. It's not suitable for now. Klein ended his investigation. He didn't find anything, but he casually picked up a deck of tarot cards. After returning to the tattered and charred dining room, he took out all the main cards in the tarot cards and walked to the side of Capham's corpse. Then, he took out 2 of them and sprinkled the rest on Capham's body. After doing this, he covered Capham's eyes with the 2 tarot cards he had specially pulled out, face up. At this point, Parker and Katie's Beyonder characteristics had already been determined. Dozens of seconds later, an illusory door suddenly tore open in midair outside the villa. It was covered in complicated symbols. The door opened silently, and a handsome man in a well-ironed suit walked out. He was in his 40s, mature and elegant. He had a pair of golden eyes, and with a sweep, he locked onto the dining room that looked like a scene of a fire. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and a figure flew over at high speed. It was an elder wearing a black bonnet and an abnormally stern look in his silver eyes. He wore a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm. He was none other than the Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Bakelin Diocese, Spellsinger of God Ace Snake. "Why are you here?" Ace asked in a deep voice. Beyonder matters in Sherwood Borough were managed by the Holy Wind Cathedral, so he had the right to ask. The handsome man replied with an ugly expression. I live nearby. This place was close to Westborough. Without another word, the two descended to the ground at the same time and entered the scene of the explosion. A violent hurricane stirred up, sweeping away the flames and sending them to the artificial fountain outside. The wind seemed to have a life and intelligence of its own. The two demigod powerhouses then saw Katy, who had been shot in the head and had her flesh charred black. They saw Parker, who was entangled with someone, his head caved in and cracked. They also saw Capim, whose body was covered with tarot cards. They saw the two main cards on the human trafficker's face. They were the Judgment card with an angel blowing a horn, and the Emperor card with a crown and armor on his head. Almost at the same time, Cardinal Snake and the handsome man sensed something and suddenly turned their heads to look outside. They discovered a dignified figure covered in black armor and a pitch-black crown on the roof of the house on the side of the villa. The figure nodded slightly and his cloak fluttered. Then, he disappeared without any warning, right under the noses of the two high-sequence Beyonders. Chapter 384. With a swoosh, a silver bolt of lightning in the shape of a tree lit up the early winter night. It didn't strike down, but instead pierced through the air, illuminating the area around where Klein had been standing as if it was daytime. Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, retracted his gaze and whispered with a dark expression, Rose School? Not a wraith, nor a true undead creature. A mature middle-aged man with golden eyes turned his head to look at Capim's corpse. A mature middle-aged man with a pair of golden eyes turned his head to look at Capim's corpse. This is the second such case in the past 2 months. When was the first time? Cardinal Snake asked in a deep voice. The mature middle-aged man in a well-ironed suit coughed lightly. The time when the true Creator attempted to descend with the help of a swindler. The time when the true Creator attempted to descend with the help of a swindler. Then it's not the Rose School of Thought. Cardinal Snake made an affirmative judgment. Although those organizations that believed in evil gods didn't like each other, they wouldn't deliberately destroy such matters. Instead, they were happy to see it happen, waiting for the other party to mess up the situation first. I think so too. Perhaps it's a newly emerged secret organization. Their characteristic is to cover their target with tarot cards. The mature and handsome middle-aged man smiled. And the different ways in which the tarot cards are presented seem to express different meanings. There are only 2 cards on this corpse's face. One is Judgment, and the other is the Emperor. Judgment is the motive and goal, and the Emperor is the codename of that person's organization? Of course, this could also be a ritual. Cardinal Snake didn't answer. He looked around and said, let's see what exactly happened here. It was only then that the first batch of mandated punishers arrived at Capim's villa. Above the gray fog, Klein, who had only used paper figurine substitutes 3 times and had yet to reach his limit, was using divination to confirm Daisy's subsequent safety. Daisy will be able to return home safely. He held the spirit pendulum in his left hand, closed his eyes, and silently recited the sentence. After 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise, but the amplitude was extremely small and the speed was very slow. This means that Daisy's journey home will have some twists and turns, but it's almost negligible. After reading the revelation, Klein let go of his last worry. He then looked at the 2 items in front of him, both of which were emitting a strong spiritual glow. One of them was a light blue, translucent hexagonal prism. Wisps of light streaked across it from time to time, like lightning that came from the depths of one's consciousness. This was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Lady Katy. The other belonged to Parker, who hadn't been of much use in the previous battle. His Beyonder characteristic had condensed into a ball like a child's fist. This fist was composed of 3 colors: iron black, dark red, and a large area of silver white. Without any hesitation, Klein conjured a pen and paper, prepared to use the two Beyonder characteristics to divine the corresponding potion formula. Before he advanced to sequence 7, the Beyonder characteristic he left behind had too many additional influences, so it was almost impossible for him to divine the formula. Even with this mysterious space eliminating the interference and increasing his divination abilities to a certain extent, it was still impossible. Therefore, in the past, Klein only had one method: mediumship. Only after he became a magician did he possess the ability to divine using the Beyonder characteristic he left behind above the gray fog. However, there was a high chance that he wouldn't succeed. This time, without exception, Klein shamefully failed. However, he also gained something. He figured out the corresponding sequence names of the two Beyonder characteristics. Parker is a sequence 8 sheriff, and Katie is a sequence 7 interrogator. Isn't this the arbiter pathway? This pathway is in the hands of the royal family, the military, and a small number of ancient noble families in Rouen, and they have strict control over the leaking of formulas and Beyonder ingredients. Could it be that a portion of the girls Capem kidnapped will be sent to a noble's manor? But there's no need for them to send 4 Beyonders to help Capem just to enjoy themselves. This is clearly unfair. Horace is much stronger than Katie. Perhaps he's a sequence 6 of this pathway, and after wearing that glove, he might even reach sequence 5. Could it be that some bloody and evil sacrifices are involved, and the target they seek can't be exposed? Apart from the kingdom, the Faina Castilla family also has this Beyonder pathway in their hands, and they've passed it on to their army and intelligence system. Is it another spy case that involves some unknown matter? Klein tried to divine a few of his guesses, but he failed once again. He temporarily threw the matter to the back of his mind and tapped the edge of the long bronze table. As long as there's the formula and the corresponding supplementary ingredients, these two Beyonder characteristics can respectively make a person a sequence 8 sheriff and a sequence 7 interrogator. Miss Magician's friend named Zio seems to be lacking the Beyonder ingredients for sheriff. Next time, I can sell Parker's portion to Miss Magician's through World. I can quickly accumulate the materials needed for my subsequent faceless sequence. It doesn't seem appropriate to always go through World. This time, I've deliberately left the tarot cards. If Miss Justice were to hear of this matter, she would definitely think that it was done by my adorer. I'll get Mr. Fool to help him sell it. Klein quickly finalized his plan and made the sheriff and interrogator Beyonder characteristics fly to a corner and hide in the junk pile. I wonder what the sequence 6 and 5 of the arbiter pathway are called. It feels like I'm using order and law. Judge? Klein reined in his thoughts, half-closed his eyes, and carefully examined his condition. He once again felt his spirituality become lively. The potion was being pried open, and his digestion was speeding up. This time, he intuitively believed that he had summarized most of the magician's code of conduct. The remaining details were better, but it didn't matter if he didn't. It wouldn't affect his digestion too much. Conjuring a fountain pen and goatskin, Klein wrote as though he had strengthened his memory. Magician's Code of Conduct. 1. Don't perform unprepared. 2. Challenge the impossible, even if the final outcome is fake. Klein believed that the above were the two core principles of the Magician's Code of Conduct. Grasping them meant grasping the crux of the matter. The remaining ones were supplementary and perfected. 3. Take the initiative to perform. 4. Try your best to get the audience's applause. 5. Control the target's attention. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein browsed through it from beginning to end and made a judgment. Daily acting combined with 3 to 4 active performances is enough for me to digest the magician's potion before the new year. If I were to challenge the impossible again in the middle, the progress would be even faster. This is about the speed I hope to achieve. There were still about 2 months to the 1st of January 1350. After doing all of this, Klein rubbed his temples and prepared to return to the real world. After putting away the Dark Emperor card, biological poison bottle, and other items, he suddenly laughed and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Challenge the impossible. Isn't this equivalent to courting death?" As his voice echoed, Klein's figure disappeared above the gray fog. In a cheap hotel in the Baekeland Bridge area, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the candlelight for his summoning ritual. After quickly dealing with the loose ends, Klein put on the thick worker's jacket that he had just bought for 4 soldi and walked to the window. He picked up the sweet iced tea he had bought before and looked at his blurry figure reflected in the window. He revealed a heartfelt smile and whispered to himself. He revealed a heartfelt smile and muttered to himself, "Cheers." Just as he said that, he touched the glass in his hand, raised his chin, and drank it all in one gulp. Following that, he leisurely left the hotel. The nearby gas lamps were all lit up, and the pedestrians and carriages were busy, oblivious to the explosion at the border of Sherwood Borough and West Borough. Klein strolled around the Bravehearts bar and paced around for a while. At 7:58, he knocked on the door of old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering. He put on the iron mask and the hooded robe. He behaved like an ordinary person. At the same time, Zio, who would go to different places every night to check some contact marks, saw a symbol that had never appeared before. It belonged to the golden-masked man who had sold the sheriff formula to her under the guise of someone else at the gathering Mr. A had convened. It was the symbol of an emergency meeting. He didn't look for me before, and I pretended that nothing had happened. Why did he suddenly? Zio thought for a moment and decided to take a look. The golden-masked man had promised to give her some missions so that she could save up enough money to exchange for the corresponding Beyonder ingredient. Thus, Zio changed locations and marked the time and place of the meeting. Half an hour later, in a remote but well-connected alley, Zio, who had been secretly observing for a while, walked out of her hiding place and walked towards the golden-masked man. The man was still wearing a black tuxedo, and his light brown eyes swept over Zio's head. "I have a mission for you." "Difficulty and reward?" Zio asked familiarly. The man nudged his mask that seemed to be forged from gold. "It's not dangerous, but it might be very dangerous. It all depends on what you do. The initial reward is £30. If you can obtain any useful information, I can even directly give you a Beyonder ingredient corresponding to sheriff." "What mission?" Zio frowned slightly. The golden-masked man's gaze darkened. "Through your channels, find out who has been asking about Capim recently." "Capim? That human trafficker?" Zio asked in surprise. The golden-masked man nodded. "Yes. I refuse this mission. I hate him very much." Zio immediately rejected him. The man opposite her scoffed. "I'm not working for Capim. Because he's already dead." "Dead?" Zio was momentarily stunned. He died in his own home. His body was covered in tarot cards, and there were 2 of them on his face. One was Judgment and the other was the Emperor. By the way, take note of any incidents involving tarot cards that haven't been reported to the police department in recent years, the golden-masked man added. Chapter 385. Sherwood Borough, in the house that Zio and Furs rented. Just as Furs decided on the beginning of her new book, and was about to reward herself with a cigarette in a good mood, Zio pushed open the door and entered the study. "Smoking is bad for your health." Zio sniffled. Seeing the puzzlement on her face, Furs didn't argue and instead asked, "What's the matter? You seem to have encountered something?" Zio scratched her coarse blonde hair and sat down on a chair beside her. "The person from before contacted me. He's the person who sold me the sheriff formula at Mr. A's gathering. He gave me a relatively simple mission. The initial reward is £30. I don't know if there are any hidden dangers." Furs thought for a moment and said, "That person? He should have an organization behind him, but why would he want to rope you in?" Isn't he afraid of being implicated by your intelligence and leading to the destruction of the entire organization? You don't have anything worth scheming against. Your looks are passable, but you're too short. Your life is probably the only thing that's more valuable. What mission? Zio was already used to being dealt a blow by her friend. She ignored the first half of her question and directly answered the second half of the question. Investigate who has been asking about Capim recently. Capim? The human trafficker who should be hanged, no, burned at the stake? Although Furs wasn't a bounty hunter, it was a writer's instinct to gather material. Therefore, she often got Zio to recount her experiences and rumors. Zio nodded. It's him, but he's already dead. It seems like he died rather tragically. How did he die? Was it slowly sliced to death by a knife? Furs asked happily and curiously. That man didn't give a detailed description. Maybe tomorrow's paper will. Zio thought for 2 seconds and said, he only mentioned the special circumstances of the scene. He said that Capim's corpse was covered in tarot cards, and his face was covered with judgment and the Emperor cards. The meaning of the judgment card should be judgment on Capim. The outcome is death. What does the Emperor card represent? The identity of the murderer, no, the hero? The best-selling author Furs instinctively tried to decipher the unique layout of the crime scene. Suddenly she froze. Tarot cards? Corpses covered in tarot cards? Furs suddenly thought of the secret organization she had just joined. Tarot. It couldn't have been done by one of our members, right? But there's no member with the codename, Emperor. If it's true, this is the first time I've found traces of the tarot in the real world. We're not just a secret organization that only exists above the gray fog. Furs's thoughts churned as she felt pleasantly surprised and worried. Under the guidance of the waiter, Klein entered the familiar living room. There was still only one candle in the room, and the dim yellow light illuminated the surroundings like a scene from a ghost story. Coupled with the mysterious people in black robes and iron masks, the atmosphere was even more intense. As soon as he stepped in, Klein suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. He felt the flickering candlelight staring at him. He felt that the flames would explode and ignite his hair and robe. He felt that the curtain behind the oriel window would suddenly swing up and envelop his body, covering his nose and mouth for breathing, forcefully suffocating him to death. What's going on? Klein was stunned and tensed up. This wasn't a premonition of danger, but it was an unavoidable intuition. Klein carefully found a seat and sat down. As soon as his butt touched the surface of the chair, he felt that the chair would explode, and thick wooden spikes would pierce through his body. This reminded him of a few videos he had seen on Earth, a poor-quality pneumatic chair that exploded, and the steel rod and fragments pierced into the owner's buttocks and abdomen. The entire scene was a bloody mess. It was a tragic sight. Why do I always have such bad associations? Could it be the negative effects of my spirit body being injured in the previous battle? Klein looked around thoughtfully and realized that the chubby apothecary still hadn't come. What happened? Or has he already left Bakeland? Klein silently muttered to himself and heard old Mr. Eye of Wisdom announce the beginning of the gathering. In the following period of time, Klein sometimes felt that the chandelier on the ceiling would fall diagonally and hit him on the head. At other times, he felt that the coffee table in front of old Mr. Eye of Wisdom would suddenly move sideways and trip him. At other times, he suspected that the members of the gathering around him were filled with malice and could attack him at any moment. This made him restless, vigilant, and puzzled. He didn't have the mood to pay attention to the various successful or failed transactions. If a premonition of danger is said to be a phone that occasionally vibrates, reminding you that there's a message or an incoming call, then this inexplicable intuition is equivalent to an electric drill that's constantly shaking me, making it difficult for me to relax and pay attention to anything else. Klein tried to rub his temples, but he touched the cold iron mask. At this moment, he felt that his iron mask would suddenly cave in and stick close to his face, embedding itself into his brain. Is it really because my spirit body is injured that I'm hallucinating? Klein furrowed his brows. He had originally wanted to make a request to purchase the mutated pituitary gland and blood of the thousand-faced hunter at this gathering, but in such a situation, he could only cautiously give up. Although the level of the gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom wasn't high, and there was a high chance that it wouldn't involve high-level monsters like the thousand-faced hunter, Klein believed that many of the members here had participated in other gatherings. Perhaps they could come into contact with the corresponding information and clues. While feeling uneasy, Klein participated in the gathering as a bystander. Just as he took off his robe, mask, and left the room, the inexplicable intuition that everyone and everything was trying to harm him suddenly disappeared in a strange manner. Klein's pupils constricted slightly as he confirmed that the phenomenon just now wasn't due to his spirit body being injured. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be in two different states. He suspected that there was an invisible, undetectable, and abnormally terrifying existence in the activity room where the gathering was held. Thus, it stimulated him, who had the spiritual intuition of a seer and the premonition of danger of a clown. However, due to the other party's suppression or uniqueness, this stimulation appeared in the form of too many associations, preventing him from being vigilant. Who could it be? This is too terrifying. Just its existence alone is enough to make me feel like I'm about to lose control. Klein quietly left old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's house and walked towards the nearest street. Suddenly, he had a guess. The Braveheart's bar is nearby, and Steve, the Wraith that Merrick, Miss Sharon, and I killed are in charge of monitoring the surrounding area. Their deaths would definitely anger the high-sequence Beyonder from Rose School, and he would cast his gaze here. At the Beyonders active near the Braveheart's bar. Was that him just now? Fortunately, I used items like the biological poison bottle and the sun brooch tonight, and in order to avoid being divined, I left them above the gray fog. Otherwise, the outcome would be unimaginable. The magicians, who had just completed an impossible performance, would die here. The world of Beyonders is really dangerous. In the Holy Wind Cathedral, Cardinal Ace Snake looked at the captain of the mandated punishers in front of him, his silver eyes emotionless. Who is Capim? Why is there an underground prison in his villa? The captain of the mandated punisher team immediately replied, a tycoon, rumored to be involved in the disappearance of many young girls. He was suspected to be a human trafficker and was secretly involved in the slave trade. That underground prison proves the rumor. Why would a human trafficker be protected by several Beyonders? And it's not a low sequence, Cardinal Snake asked. Your Excellency, this needs to be investigated. We've tried to use Beyonder means to find clues, but we've failed. The captain of the mandated punishers replied in fear. I tried too. Cardinal Snake did not blame him. The upper echelon of the Church of the Storm paused. Continue investigating this matter. Also, find that sequence 6 or 5 ghost. After his subordinate left, Cardinal Snake picked up his pen and wrote down a few targets in his notebook that he needed to pay attention to. Capim, human trade, tarot card ritual, a strange but low-ranking specter, and a secret plot. Empress Burrow, in the luxurious villa of Earl of Hall's family. Audrey was waiting for the maid to cut the food when she suddenly heard her father, Earl of Hall, who was used to reading newspapers at breakfast, laugh. Capim is dead. Who is he? Audrey asked with widened eyes. In fact, she wasn't curious about who Capim was at all. She was simply playing along with her father, who clearly had a desire to communicate. This was both a daughter's specialty and the instinct of a telepathist. A tycoon who might be a human trafficker in private. He has a good relationship with certain people, heh. Earl of Hall chuckled. He was killed last night, and there were obvious signs of a trial at the scene. All the newspapers called the murderer a hero bandit Dark Emperor. Yes, he was named after the codename of the ancient Solomon Empire's ruler. Hero bandit? Hero Bandit Dark Emperor? Dark Emperor. Audrey instantly thought of the card of blasphemy that currently belonged to Mr. Fool. This was the highest level item she had come into contact with so far. She suddenly became interested in Capham's murder case. It sounds interesting. Although it's illegal, I still want to say that the Hero Bandit did a great job. Oh, Dad, what about the process? The police and the church's corresponding departments didn't disclose the specific details, and I haven't met them either. This is how it was described in the newspapers. The Hero Bandit wore black armor and a pitch-black crown, with a cloak of the same color behind him. He entered Capham's villa, and not only did he steal all the valuables in the safe, he also stole the lives of Capham and his evil subordinates, and rescued the girls locked up in the dungeon. He scattered tarot cards all over Capham's body, and the most eye-catching ones were the two on his face. One was Judgment and the other was Emperor. Earl of Hall held the newspaper and described with a smile. Tarot cards, the Judgment card and the Emperor card. Audrey's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 386. Upon hearing the description of the familiar scene, Audrey was almost certain that it was done by Mr. Fool's adorer. She immediately felt a strong sense of immersion, participation, and pride. That's a human trafficker whose hands are stained with blood and sin. The Judgment card means that he's being judged by justice. The verdict is hanging, beheading, or burning at the stake. The Emperor card should be a symbol of identity. Is this the adorer who infiltrated the Royal Museum and stole the Dark Emperor card? For a moment, Audrey's imagination ran wild. She had planned on asking for more details and a more detailed process, but from her father, Earl of Hall's expression, tone, and emotional color, she knew that he didn't know what had happened for the time being. All she could do was suppress her doubts and curiosity and prepare to ask her good friend, Kance Learson, who worked at MI9. Although asking Kance directly suits my image in this regard, it would still be a little abrupt and slightly contradictory to my identity as a noble. Get Annie to prepare a few invitations for afternoon tea and send them to Glaint, Kance, Murray, Christine, Jane, and the others. Most of them are interested in mysticism, so they won't be uninterested in the title of Hero Bandit Dark Emperor. Under my guidance, they can help me ask many questions that are inconvenient for me to ask. It's decided. Audrey retracted her attention and took small bites of her breakfast. She believed that Mr. Fool's adorer wouldn't deal with Capham purely to punish evil. This didn't match his identity. Of course, if it were a few months ago, Audrey, who had just joined the tarot, would definitely be willing to accept such an explanation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen the Justice card as her symbol. After attending many gatherings and experiencing many things, she felt that she had matured a lot and was no longer that naive. She believed that there had to be more crucial and intrinsic factors hidden in this matter, such as which evil god or secret organization Capham was involved with. I hope Kance can provide me with useful information, Audrey thought in anticipation. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein was eating white bread with jam spread on it as he flipped through the day's newspaper. What? A safe? As he stared at it, he almost choked on his own words. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Klein immediately denied that he had stolen all the valuables from the safe. At that time, the situation was urgent. In order to obtain clues, although he found the safe, he only went in to see if there were any important documents and evidence. He didn't take any of the valuables and quickly left the place and went to another room. Of course, in his spirit-body state, Klein had also suffered some injuries from the explosion caused by the gas. The total weight of the items he could carry had decreased by quite a bit, and Capham's safe only had gold bars, jewelry, land deeds, house deeds, and antique. It was either inconvenient to take them away or impossible to get rid of. Maybe he has a special place for cash, but unfortunately, I didn't find it, and I don't have time to look for it. Klein muttered silently, confirming that the people who had split up all the valuables in the safe were investigators. He glanced at the newspaper, took a sip of Zybe black tea, and slowly exhaled. He laughed in his heart. Hero Bandit Dark Emperor. I like this title. After breakfast, Klein put on a heavy double-breasted frock coat, picked up a half-top hat and a hard black cane. He opened the door and left Minsk Street, heading for Broken Axe Alley at the edge of Eastborough. That was where Daisy had gone missing. After finalizing the plan yesterday, before taking action, he had deliberately made a trip to Broken Axe Alley and seriously searched for clues. He had also knocked on the doors of many surrounding houses and asked if they had seen any girls similar to Daisy. Although Klein believed that the official Beyonders who took over the case wouldn't think that a poor family could afford to hire a hero bandit with the strength of at least Sequence 6, and there was a high chance that they would focus their investigations on the secrets that Capim was involved in, supplemented by who has been inquiring about Capim's matters, and other peripheral investigations. However, he still carefully decided to try his best to put on a good show. What if some law enforcer had a screw loose and planned on doing a preliminary investigation in this area? Some families might still have some savings and can afford to hire other detectives. I'm just a kind-hearted person who took over the case yesterday, so the chances of me being suspected are extremely low. As long as I'm not suspected, they won't compare it to my performance during the Lenevis case. Furthermore, the ones who were mobilized last time were the Nighthawks, and they were assisted by the military's special department. This time, in Sherwood Borough, it should be the mandated Punishers. The communication between them won't be that smooth. Katie and Parker belong to the Arbiter pathway, so I wonder if the military will interfere. As a former Nighthawk, Klein had a sufficient understanding of the behavior, style, and investigation habits of several official organizations. To put it simply, I have excellent anti-detection abilities. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and boarded the carriage. He was going to continue investigating Daisy's disappearance. This was because he was an ordinary private detective who had yet to confirm that Daisy's disappearance was related to Capim. At 9 in the morning, Daisy returned to the dilapidated apartment she had rented, accompanied by the police officers in charge of the surrounding street. Last night, she had been placed in the cathedrals of Sherwood Borough along with the other pitiful girls. She had been questioned accordingly, including the scene when they had escaped, what they had seen when they turned around, where they lived, what their family situation was like, who they knew, who they felt wasn't an ordinary friend, and so on. Daisy, who was still in a state of panic and fear, answered those questions truthfully. After that, no one came looking for her. She slept for half the night and was sent to East Borough in the morning, handed over to the fierce police officer she often saw. Along the way, Daisy didn't dare to speak, and she trembled slightly. Only when she entered the apartment where she lived did she feel a little more at ease. Just as she stepped through the door, before she could find her mother and sister through the hanging wet clothes, she heard a scream. Daisy! Freya put down the work in her hands, and like an agile deer, she dodged the clothes in midair and the junk on the ground. She quickly ran to the door and hugged her sister tightly. Then, she let go and, with tears streaming down her face, she sized up Daisy in pleasant surprise and worry. Are you all right? That's great, you're finally back. Liv also stood up from behind the washtub, wiped her hands on her clothes, and wiped her eyes. Daisy, where have you been the past few days? At this moment, the policeman interrupted. She was kidnapped. She was kidnapped, and we rescued her. Thank you, thank you. You're too great. Liv cried as she randomly used adjectives. The policeman coughed lightly. It's our duty. Have you encountered any strange people in the past few days? Liv was taken aback for a second. She didn't want to add to the trouble since it was one less thing to deal with. She said, No, really not. The policeman waved his hand and said, Be careful in the future. Don't take the deserted path. He couldn't stand the humidity and the mixed smells here, so he immediately turned to leave. Liv looked at her daughter again and strode to her side. After wiping her hands on the side, she hugged Daisy. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, she murmured with tears streaming down her face, not asking if Daisy was hurt. Daisy, relieved at once, began to sob. Freya, who was beside her, also cried. She reached out her hands and hugged her mother and sister. After crying for a while, the mother-daughter trio released each other. Liv wiped her eyes again and said, "Wash the clothes first. There's still a lot left." Daisy, who had just been rescued, nodded and quickly threw herself into her busy work. It wasn't until noon, when they were chewing on black bread and drinking water that couldn't even be considered tea, that Liv had the time to ask, "Daisy, are you hurt?" Daisy shook her head. "They only hit me a few times." "That's great. The police rescued you?" "Yesterday, a kind-hearted detective was willing to help find you for free, but you ended up coming back today." "Ah, your vocabulary book is still with him," Freya said casually. Liv was already prepared, so she said, "I'll get old Kohler to get it back and tell the detective that you're already home, so he doesn't have to busy himself with this matter anymore. No matter what, we have to thank him again." Daisy let go of her worry and answered her sister's question. "No, it wasn't the police. There was a sudden explosion, and the door that locked us was strangely opened. We ran out just like that, but we saw a gentleman or a lady standing on the roof. He was wearing black armor, a helmet that looked like a crown, and a cape. He just watched us silently, and none of those bad guys came to stop us or chase us." As a tutor at the free school, Daisy's vocabulary was clearly richer than her mother's. "A person in that kind of clothes saved you?" Liv asked in surprise. Freya waited curiously for the answer. Daisy nodded seriously. "Yes, he's like the bards speak of, hero." "Hero." Freya ruminated over the word, her eyes as bright as stars. In a secret room, a group of people were holding the information they had been given, carefully comparing the Lenivis case and Capham's case, looking for similarities in the motive and modus operandi. The two matters can't be linked at all. The only thing they have in common is that evil, or rather, evil, was defeated. "The owner of the tarot cards upheld justice," someone said with a sigh. "What can be confirmed is that the two attacks weren't done by the same person. Their strength is clearly different, and their expertise is even more different. Although it might be because their sequence has been raised, the murderer in Capham's case is a vengeful spirit, or should I say that he can switch his spirit-body state. This isn't common." Another person's analysis was agreed upon by the majority. Thus, the convener concluded, 2 cases, 2 different people, and both of them throwing tarot cards. Perhaps the latter is a copycat, so we can lock onto the people who know about the Lenivis case. The other possibility is that there's an organization symbolized by tarot cards. Chapter 387. In Empressborough, in Earl Hall's luxurious villa. The top-grade Phanepotter St. Desire Mountain coffee emitted a rich aroma, and the beautiful smell of Queen's black tea blended into an intoxicating symphony of scents. They lingered around an elegant 3-tiered tray, serving delicious and exquisite desserts. This was Audrey's afternoon tea. Her aristocratic friends in mysticism came as promised, and they sat around the table, chatting and laughing. After Audrey's quiet guidance, Jane, Murray, and the others developed a strong interest in the hero bandit Dark Emperor who had appeared last night. They all cast their gazes on Kong Learson, the son of a noble who had joined MI9. "Does that Dark Emperor have any Beyonder powers?" the sweet-looking Christine asked curiously. Their fathers were at least viscounts, giving them sufficient status and channels to understand the existence of Beyonder powers and potions. However, they were just like Audrey back then, unwilling to join the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, Machinery Hive Mind, or MI9. They were unwilling to waste large amounts of time on official duties. Apart from that, the families they belonged to couldn't be traced back 1,000 years. Even the ancient nobles of the Fourth Epoch, when the Ruan kingdom was first established, weren't completely loyal to the royal family or the upper echelons of the military. Therefore, they had never been bestowed with formulas. Even if there were beyonder ingredients, they might not be able to recognize them, and even if they did, they wouldn't know how to use them. This limited the possibility of Murray, Christine, and the others becoming beyonders. They could only yearn for it, but it was difficult for them to take that critical step. As for whether their elders had secretly collected potion formulas and nurtured a few beyonders that belonged to their families, that wasn't something they could understand. After all, it wasn't allowed. If the king really caught wind of it, he could use it as a reason to strip them of their titles. Of course, there were already 2 traitors in the living room at this moment. They were Audrey, who had advanced to Sequence 8 telepathist, and Viscount Glaint, who had gathered a beyonder ingredient and would soon become an apothecary. The lanky young gentleman, Kong Learson, took a sip of coffee and said, "I won't give a direct answer. I will not answer you directly. I will only tell you some facts. Apart from the traces of a gas explosion in the restaurant where the battle took place, various methods were used to detect poison, substitutes, wraith screams, bullets condensed from holy powers, and other elements. Right, that Black Emperor, no, that hero bandit, is in a ghostly state. It doesn't seem like the one who killed Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, nor does it seem like the one who finished off Lenevis in the sewers. The one who stole the Dark Emperor card and created Capham's case is Mr. Fool's third blessed? Bakeland alone had at least 3 blessed. How many blessed would he have in total? Audrey had an idea. She pretended to be confused and asked, "An intense battle between transcendents happened there?" Under her guidance, Moulay took a step further and asked, "There's a beyonder in the Capham family? A relatively powerful beyonder? Or more than one?" "He's just a human trafficker." Viscount Glaint subconsciously expressed his doubt. Audrey kept her faint smile and curious eyes, patiently waiting for Kong Si's answer. Kong Si laughed and said, "Moulay's guess is correct. Murray's guess is correct. That's all I can say. Do you want me to be grounded by team leader? Capham's family has relatively powerful beyonders, and there's more than one indeed. He's not an ordinary human trafficker. He might be involved in many mysterious matters. Human trafficking. Could it be that he's involved in a cult's sacrifice? Mr. Fool's Blessed is targeting this? Lenevis's incident was similar. It involved a cult, a sacrifice, and the descent of the true creator. I wonder which cult or evil god is behind Capham. Mr. Fool's target seems to be those evil gods. Is it really a game between deities? I wonder how many things he has ruined for those evil gods. Audrey made many connections, and her heart gradually surged. Artero's enemy is an evil god. Nothing else is qualified. Could it be that Mr. Fool wants the title of Nemesis of evil gods? Audrey pursed her lips and chuckled inwardly. Then, she reined in her emotions and secretly repented. "Audrey, how can you do this? How can you joke about Mr. Fool?" At noon, Klein returned to Minsk Street, and as expected, he found a letter in his mailbox that old Kohler had hired a carriage driver to deliver. This was the emergency contact they had agreed on. Of course, according to Klein's expectations, old Kohler, who didn't know how to read, would only use simple symbols to tell him when and where to meet. To his surprise, when the letter was unfolded, it turned out to be neat words. With just a glance, Klein confirmed that it was the same handwriting as in Daisy's vocabulary book. From the looks of it, this girl helped old Kohler write it. This piece of paper doesn't show any signs of being soaked in moisture. Perhaps old Kohler specially bought some for emergency contact. Klein opened the door and read the letter as he walked into the living room. He didn't take off his coat, only his hat, and leaned on his cane. This was because the fireplace in the room had yet to be lit, and the cold of early November was silently drilling into his bones. The contents of the letter were very simple. After all, Daisy didn't know many words. She first thanked the detective for his kindness, then told Klein that she had returned home safely. Finally, she tactfully mentioned that she hoped that the detective would bring the vocabulary book with him the next time he came to Eastborough. A polite girl. Klein chuckled, snapped his fingers, and burned the letter, leaving no clues behind. He decided to make another trip to Eastborough tomorrow to return the vocabulary book to Daisy and reimburse old Kohler for the cost of delivering the letter, paper, and pen. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh and chuckle. Captain, it's my turn to reimburse someone else. With only the last bit of work left, Klein suddenly had nothing to do. Without wasting any time, he went out again and went straight to the Quelag Club. Dr. Allen often appeared there on Friday afternoons, and Klein wanted to ask about the tarot card-playing child, Will Aucepton. After entering the Quelag Club in Hillston Borough, Klein said to the waiter in a red vest, "A cup of Marquis black tea and a dessert." "A cup of Marquis black tea and a dessert." "Send it to the corner of the hall where Dr. Aaron and reporter Mike are sitting." Klein had already seen the cold-blooded, well-known surgeon, Alan Series, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, and the Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, who had worked with him twice and had a pair of charming blue eyes, as well as the aristocratic equestrian teacher, Talon Dumont, who was second only to Sherlock Moriarty in frequency of appearances at the club. "Oh, our great detective is here, and he happened to be talking about you." Talon smiled as he stood up. "Are you bad-mouthing me?" Klein joked. Mike stood up as well and reached out to shake his hand. "No, I want to hire you again." "What's the matter this time?" Klein bowed to Dr. Allen and sat at their table. Mike chuckled. "You should have read the newspaper, right? Capem has been killed by the hero bandit Dark Emperor, and his crimes have been exposed. This is really something to be happy about. And as a reporter, I have to have sufficient news acumen. I plan on getting a list from the police department and going to Eastborough to interview the rescued girls. Then, I'll restore Capem's most vicious, cruel, and unforgivable side to the readers of the newspaper. Of course, those victims must remain anonymous." He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. "I also have a hidden goal, or rather, an idea. Through such interviews, I want to find out if those girls and their families have any special friends. Who knows, that might be the hero bandit Dark Emperor." "You've found the right person." The corners of Klein's mouth nearly twitched. He smiled at Mike. "We've already worked together on matters in Eastborough. We have enough familiarity and trust, so I have no reason to refuse." "It's a pleasure working with you." Mike stretched out his hand with a relaxed expression. "We'll start tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The pay will be the same as last time, a total of £10. At this moment, Dr. Allen, who had been listening by the side, said, "Sherlock, I'd like to hire you as well. Tonight or after dinner." "I've been optimistic recently." Klein asked in amusement, "Will it conflict with Mike's commission?" "No." Allen shook his head. "My luck has been pretty good recently. This makes me suspect that my bad luck was because of that child's reversed Wheel of Fortune card and his words. I'm very puzzled and troubled by this. I can be said to be very good to him and have great kindness. Why would he do this to me? I want to visit him at his house and confirm that he didn't mean it. However, I'm still afraid of something similar, afraid that an accident will happen, so I want you to protect me tonight. It won't conflict with Mike's commission. How about it? This is exactly what I want to do. Challenging the impossible. After doing good deeds, my character has become very good. Have I really become the king of yellow and black who wields good luck?" Klein was pleasantly surprised as he smiled reservedly. "No problem. We can talk about the pay. City of Silver." Derek Berg examined the translucent worm with 12 rings once again, examining the remains of Amon's avatar. He originally wanted to ask Mr. Fool what it was, but considering that he had already troubled this godlike figure once, he gave up on the idea because he was rather thick-skinned. He planned on conjuring it to ask Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and the others at the next tarot gathering. After hiding the worm, Derek suddenly thought of something. The team that had followed Shepherd Elder Lovia to explore the half-destroyed temple of the fallen creator was about to return. It wasn't too far from the City of Silver, and it was a direction they hadn't set foot in before. He decided to take a look. There were quite a number of people he knew. Chapter 388. Looking at the bolts of lightning illuminating the dark sky, Derek didn't directly knock on the doors of his acquaintances. Instead, he walked along the widest avenue and headed for the training grounds at the edge of the City of Silver. After every exploration squad returned, they would stay in this place for a while. It was both convenient for them to communicate and report what they had encountered in the darkness, and it was also a form of isolation, in case certain weird things were attached to the bodies of any of the members, which would explode violently after a certain time. This was the experience that the City of Silver had accumulated over the past 2,000 years. It wasn't complicated, but it was rather useful. The moment he entered the training grounds, Derek Berg's eyes lit up with the axe of Hurricane behind his waist. He saw the gorgeous elder Lovia, who appeared to be in her 30s. He also saw two acquaintances of the same age. The City of Silver was only that big. Due to the environment, the population had always been unable to increase. There weren't many people in a given age group. Derek didn't dare to say that he knew all of them, but he had seen most of them. Some of them were his classmates and training partners from general education classes for several years. In this exploration team, Derek was most familiar with Dark Regents, who had once been his teammate in the patrol team. This youth named Dark was of medium height and slightly plump. He was known for his strength, and he was optimistic and cheerful. He often wore an amiable smile on his face. He was currently a Sequence 8 gladiator of the Giant Pathway. At that very moment, both sides were separated by a translucent but steel-like wall, unable to make effective contact. They had to wait for the expedition team to confirm that there were no problems before they could directly meet. Derek, who had become quiet and withdrawn after his parents' death, waved at Dark. The gladiator sensed something and turned his head to look over. "Dark, how is it? Did you encounter any danger?" Derek shouted. The material used for the black wall came from a place not far from the City of Silver. It was called dark amber. It was as hard as steel, but at the same time, it had a certain degree of transparency and good sound conductivity. Derek's words passed through without any obstruction. In Derek's imagination, Dark would definitely reveal a bright smile and wave his arms out of habit. "You see that I'm not injured, so you should know that we didn't encounter anything too dangerous. It's just a small problem." Upon hearing his voice, Dark took a few steps forward and approached the wall. "No, it's always been smooth." Looking at his flawless smile, Derek suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as though he was sleeping on the top of an abandoned tower or in a destroyed city at night. It was pitch black all around and undercurrents were brewing. Inside the Quelag Club, Klein and Dr. Allen agreed on the remuneration. £2. "I have to say, it's really easy to earn a doctor's money. If it were me in the past, I would at most pay 10 solely for such a request." Klein, who had wanted to take on this task, sighed in his heart. He remembered that when he was in the Nighthawks, he had heard corpse collector Fry mention that famous doctors had high incomes. At that time, the poet Leonard Mitchell, who did not look like a poet, replied that as far as he knew, if someone bought a house in the prosperous area of Bakeland to build a shop, the fastest way to recoup their losses was to transform it into a clinic. Both parties agreed to visit Will Ossepton's house after dinner, and it wasn't even 3 in the afternoon. Therefore, the equestrian teacher, Talum, called the 3 of them together at a table and started playing Level Up, the kind invented by Roselle the Great. I expected to play tennis, practice shooting, and flip through the books in the library. What a healthy life it would be. But why did it turn out like this? Klein thought during a break in the game. Frankly speaking, with his current attainments in magic, he could make Dr. Allen, Reporter Mike, and Talum lose all the money they had on them. But I'm an honest person. I believe in my skills and luck more. While the red-vested waiter was shuffling the cards, Klein picked up a cream pastry and took a bite in enjoyment. He praised from the bottom of his heart. This is life. While playing cards, Klein noticed that the equestrian teacher, Talum, was no longer in a daze and full of worries like before. Has the matter of his friend falling in love with someone he shouldn't have been resolved? Klein took a sip of Marquis black tea and thought curiously. As a detective, he knew that this matter should not be asked in front of others, so he restrained himself and focused on playing cards. At 5 o'clock, Mike Joseph had to make a trip back to the news agency, so the game between the four of them came to an end. Klein won 5 solely. My luck has been pretty good recently. Klein sighed in relief. When he saw Dr. Allen leave the table and go to the washroom, he controlled his voice and chuckled. Talum, has your friend's matter been resolved? Talum was throwing the cards in his hand into the middle of the table when he heard that. Sort of. He added with a desire to communicate. Actually, it wasn't anything too serious. I was just thinking too much at the time. To put it simply, a prominent young gentleman fell in love with a commoner woman. As you know, a man of such status has to marry a noble lady. To him, even the daughter of a tycoon is out of the question. Is that so? To think that I came up with so many melodramatic and bizarre stories, such as falling in love with a man, falling in love with a monster, falling in love with someone whose ethical relationship isn't allowed. Klein was disappointed and said in amusement, From what I know, gentlemen in high society don't mind having a mistress outside. No, Sherlock, you don't understand. Love, do you understand? Love. That young gentleman only wants to marry that commoner woman, Talum sighed. Yes, I don't understand. I'm just a single dog. Klein opened his mouth, but was speechless. Talum sighed to himself. For the sake of that young gentleman's future, I once thought of asking you to find someone with some magical powers. In secret, In short, I'm a law-abiding person, and I only think about it in my head. How was the matter resolved? Klein asked with interest. Talum picked up his Highland coffee and took a sip. The solution was simpler than I imagined. I went straight to the lady and told her of the predicament. She very rationally expressed her willingness to leave the gentleman and asked for my help. I have to say she's really a considerate, kind, elegant, and beautiful girl. If I didn't consider my status, perhaps I would have knelt in front of her and kissed the back of her hand. All right, it looks like I can't help. Klein picked up the white porcelain cup of black tea inlaid with gold thread. As a visitor from Earth, he was completely uninterested in breaking up a couple and ruining someone else's love. However, it was another matter to treat it as gossip. After having dinner at the Queleg Club and tasting the limited supply of Sonia lobsters, Klein and Dr. Allen took the latter's carriage to Will Ossepton's house at 66 Dalton Street in Northborough. This was an address that Dr. Allen had memorized a long time ago. He didn't return to the hospital to look through the corresponding medical records, and according to Klein's guess, the information regarding Will Ossepton had most likely been taken away by the Nighthawk. As a former Nighthawk, I know their procedures very well. Klein sighed with a bitter smile. After ringing the doorbell, the two waited for a while before the door was opened. A maid in a black and white dress asked curiously, "What's wrong?" A maid in a black and white dress asked in puzzlement, "Gentlemen, who are you looking for?" Seeing that Allen was still as cold as ever, Klein took the initiative to say, "We're looking for Will Ossepton. We're looking for Will Ossepton. He's his attending physician. He's here to do a return visit and confirm his health." "I don't know him. I've only been here for a few days. I'll get my master." "Please wait a moment," the maid replied with a blank look. As the two waited, Allen suddenly said, I don't know about him. I almost believed the reason you gave me just now." This is the basic quality of being a detective. Klein chuckled. At this moment, an old gentleman in his 50s walked to the door and said in a deep voice, "Will Ossepton's family has already moved out. Will Ossepton and his family have already moved away he he gave a date. Alan did some calculations and frowned. How can they move out after being discharged from the hospital 2 days after surgery? He really acted like he was paying a return visit. Klein asked in puzzlement, "Sir, how do you know so much?" Normally, subsequent tenants would only move in after a period of time. The old gentleman replied in a bad mood, "Someone came to ask about it previously, and I even specially went to the landlord." The old man replied snappily, "Someone has already asked about it before. I even went to the landlord." Do you know where Will Ossepton's family moved to? Do you know where Will Ossepton's family moved to? Do you know where Will Ossepton's family moved to? Klein deliberated for a moment and continued asking. A little. The old gentleman took a deep breath and said, "But they've all been given to the previous group of people." Then, did they leave anything behind? Klein deliberated for a moment and continued asking. It's really helpless to meet a fellow detective. They can always think of things ahead of time. Klein couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that there were no more clues, Klein and Alan politely bade farewell and left 66, Dalton Street. "It looks like your doubts will only be resolved after a long time," Klein said to Dr. Allen. Alan fell silent for a few seconds and slowly exhaled. "After what happened just now, I'm not that troubled anymore. I'm a doctor, and it's enough for me to do my own thing. I should pay a return visit to his health, and not question him about the situation. What others think and why they aren't kind aren't things I should be concerned about. In the future, I'll just try my best to maintain a doctor-patient relationship." "It's best that you think that way," Klein echoed from the bottom of his heart. Then he casually asked, "What happened to Will Ossepton's left leg back then?" "There was a strange tumor growing on his left calf. It happened to form a ring, and it severely compressed his blood vessels," Dr. Allen recalled. "But the child didn't seem to be in too much pain. He only looked a little afraid. We initially wanted to treat him conservatively, but the situation rapidly worsened." Chapter 389. City of Silver. Derek Berg didn't know how he returned home. He only remembered the indescribable fear. Compared to the past, Dark Regence's personality and performance weren't much different, but there was indeed an unsettling change. Derek was afraid that the City of Silver would be targeted by the evil god, the fallen creator. He was afraid that it would be completely destroyed before he could become the sun and save the City of Silver from the curse that had lasted for more than 2,000 years, giving the residents hope and sunshine. At this moment, he hated himself for not being strong enough. He was still only a Sequence 8. "No. I can't just watch." Derek suddenly stood up, prepared to rush to the spire and inform the other elders of the 6-member council and Chief Colin Iliad of the abnormality he had discovered. However, Derek knew very well that such abnormalities weren't suspicious at all. Every exploration into the depths of the darkness would be accompanied by the members for days, more than 10 days, or even more than a month of high tension. It was really possible to encounter powerful or strange monsters at any time. In addition, the uninhabited wilderness and the hopeless journey would bring about extreme depression. In addition, for safety's sake, the members of the exploration team weren't allowed to vent their sexual desires when they were out. This made it possible for their minds to be remolded after every exploration. If they were to encounter a huge danger where more than half of the team members were dead or injured, it wasn't uncommon for the remaining people to have a drastic change in personality. To deal with such people, there were only conventional isolation and treatment. There were almost no exceptions. The City of Silver had the first 3 sequences of the Dragon Pathway, so it didn't lack psychoanalysts. Derek rushed to the door and suddenly slowed down. He knew that reporting to the 6-member council like this was likely to be ineffective. There was a high chance that it would arouse suspicion, and there was even the danger of being targeted by Shepherd Elder Lovia. After pacing around for more than 10 seconds, Derek gritted his teeth and pulled the door open. He believed that he had to warn the elders of the six-member council, even if he had to bear quite a bit of risk. To most of the residents of the City of Silver, sacrificing themselves to maintain the existence of this city and the continuation of this civilization was a belief that was deeply ingrained in their bones. Selfish people usually don't live long in such an environment. Of course, Derek wasn't completely rash. Under the teachings of the Tarot members, especially the Hanging Man, he clearly understood that he had to be patient at times. He had to protect himself appropriately and not make unnecessary sacrifices. This was to better protect the City of Silver. I'm just saying that the abnormality I observed shouldn't be dangerous. Derek comforted himself as he ran faster and faster. Finally, he saw the spire that symbolized the highest authority in the City of Silver. He found the Beyonder on duty and made a request to meet the chief. To Derek's surprise, the Beyonder didn't ask why like normal. After a simple briefing, he led him up the spiral staircase and arrived at the chief's room. It's strange. It's different from before. Derek felt that this change in detail made him even more uneasy. Upon entering the room, he saw Chief Colin Iliad standing in front of a wall. This tall old man had deep wrinkles, blue eyes, and messy white hair. He had two swords hanging on the wall in a crisscross pattern. He wore his usual flaxen shirt and brown coat. It was hard to believe that he was a champion who had hunted many demons and monsters. Derek Berg, what is it that you have to tell me face to face? Colin asked in a mellow voice. Your Excellency. Derek bowed. I met the team exploring the temple at the training ground today. I realized that the Dark Regent's I know has changed strangely. He's no longer as cheerful as before. His smile is as polite as a stranger's. Also, Elder Lovia no longer changes the way she speaks. Colin looked deeply at Derek and asked in a deep voice, Is that all? Yes, yes. Derek lowered his head. Yes, yes. Derek lowered his head. I think there might be an anomaly. Colin waved his hand and said, Got it. I'll get Aflor to do a checkup. Go back. In the future, just report such matters to the Spire's guardian. Aflor was the most experienced psyche-analyst in the City of Silver who was closest to Sequence 6. Unfortunately, there were no potion formulas for Sequence 7 and beyond. After receiving such an answer, Derek left gloomily. Colin looked at his back disappearing by the door and suddenly sighed in disappointment. After discussing Will Ossepton's situation with Dr. Alan Klein, who didn't discover anything else, got off the carriage midway and took the steam subway. After 3 stops, he arrived near Minsk Street and switched to a trackless public carriage to return home. As it was still early, he first used divination to confirm that the previous tenant wasn't lying. Then, he diligently continued studying the Book of Secret. Ever since he had this mysticism book that could be described as a beginner to expert, Klein's use of the mysterious space above the gray fog became more and more ingenious, and he completed many outstanding operations. What's restricting me now is my own sequence, my own strength and spirituality. Late at night, Klein hid the Book of Secrets and sighed as he went to the bathroom to clean himself up and get ready for bed. That night, he slept soundly. Even the sound of the church's bell in the morning only made him turn over. It's best to stay in bed during winter, Klein mumbled as he got out of bed. In order to reward Hero Bandit Black Emperor, he had an additional serving of boiled eggs with sugar for breakfast, as well as strawberry jam specially bought for the white bread. Just as he was leisurely enjoying his food, the doorbell suddenly rang. Didn't I tell Mike to come after breakfast? Klein mumbled as he drank a mouthful of sweet soup and wiped his mouth with a napkin. According to his agreement with Mike, the other party would arrive half an hour after breakfast and begin the interview with the rescued Eastborough girls. If Mike didn't appear after half an hour, it meant that the matter would be delayed by a day. Klein walked to the door, and before he reached out, his mind naturally outlined the visitor outside. It wasn't reporter Mike Joseph, but Dr. Alan Series. Good morning, Alan. Did you sleep late last night? Klein noticed that Alan looked rather pale, so he secretly activated his spirit vision to take a look. Alan took off his hat and put away his cane. He was about to take off his coat, but he was dissuaded from doing so by the cold air in the room. Klein laughed dryly and said, "I was preparing to head out today. As you know, Mike might come looking for me, so I didn't set up the fireplace." Alan nodded and didn't say anything else. He followed Klein into the living room and found a seat to sit down before saying, "Sherlock, I had a nightmare last night. Sherlock, I had a nightmare last night. I dreamed of that child, Will Septon." Nightmare? That's within the scope of my knowledge. I'm a professional at interpreting dreams, even more so than inference. Klein leaned forward and clasped his hand. What kind of nightmare? Alan recalled and said, "There are some details and processes that I can't remember. I can't remember some of the details and processes, but the one that left the deepest impression on me was a pitch-black, towering spire with a giant silvery white snake coiled on it. It was slowly wriggling and looking at me with cold, merciless red eyes. I don't know why, but I entered the steeple, went up and down the stairs, passed through one wall after another, passed through one locked door after another, and finally, I found the child named Will Septon in a dark corner. He hopped a few steps on one leg and curled up against the wall, with the deck of tarot cards scattered around him. When he saw me, he was afraid and happy. He shouted, "Dr. Alan." That was pretty much the entire dream. After that, I woke up. Klein listened seriously and asked in thought, "Didn't Will Septon say anything else?" Alan frowned and thought for a moment before he suddenly blurted out, "Yes," he said, "Dr. Alan, a snake wants to eat me." Following that, the gigantic silver snake hung down from the ceiling, its head facing me. Its mouth was very big, but there were no teeth or tongue inside. It was blood red. Gigantic silver snake. A pitch-black tower. Will Septon under layers of defense. Klein deliberated as he said to Dr. Allen, "This isn't a very strange dream. This isn't a very strange dream. It should be that when you were communicating with Will Septon, you subconsciously sensed that he was in some sort of predicament and was being threatened by something. That's why you dreamt of such a scene. A child hiding in the depths of the tower, behind countless walls and doors, a giant silver snake coiled around the top of the tower. As a detective, I more or less know a little about psychology. It's often introduced in the newspapers. What I don't understand is why you only had such a dream today." Klein didn't lie about his interpretation. He just didn't mention the possible reason. Alan opened his mouth. "I was too eager just now and forgot something." As he spoke, he took out a leather wallet and took out a paper crane that was made with good craftsmanship. After I discovered that Will Septon's family had already moved away, I recalled that he gave me this before he was discharged. He said, "Doctor, this can bring you good luck." I didn't think much of it back then and casually threw it in the office drawer. After I parted ways with you last night, I went to retrieve it and put it in my wallet. In the end, I had that nightmare last night. Klein looked at the paper crane and nodded in thought. "Dr. Allen, it looks like Will Septon didn't mean for you to be unlucky. He made amends after the fact. The paper crane that Roselle the Great invented has the meaning of giving good wishes, and he even said that it would bring you good luck." Alan subconsciously asked back, "What? The paper crane folding technique was invented by Roselle the Great? I don't know if it's him, but I think it's him." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "Probably.